Welcome. You are listening to the complete, unabridged audiobook presentation of Cleopatra, Shadows and Splendor. History is often written by the victors, preserved in the stone and scroll of those who sought to conquer. For 2,000 years, the true face of Egypt's final queen has been buried beneath layers of myth, romance, and political propaganda. But behind the legend lies a far more compelling reality. A story not of mere seduction, but of masterclass diplomacy, immense linguistic command, and a brilliant calculating mind that held the fate of empires in her hands. This immersive historical account spans 100 chapters, charting her rise from the volatile court of Alexandria to the apex of Mediterranean power, and ultimately, to her immortalized end. Before we begin, ensure your listening environment is set for this expansive journey through the ancient world. Step back into a time of sweeping dynasties, epic betrayal, and unparalleled ambition. This is Cleopatra, Shadows and Splendor. Chapter 1. The Child of Alexandria, 69 BC to 51 BC. The sea arrives before everything else. It comes in long, slow breaths along the northern edge of Egypt, pushing salt air through the marble corridors and open colonnades of a city that has never learned to be quiet. Alexandria does not sleep the way other cities sleep. Even in the deep hours before dawn, when the fishing boats are still dark shapes against darker water, the city hums with its own particular energy. The creak of ropes in the harbor, the murmur of scholars arguing in doorways, the distant bark of a harbor master calling orders in 3 languages at once. The city was built by a Macedonian conqueror who never lived to see its completion, and it has spent the 3 centuries since his death trying to become worthy of the name he gave it. By the year 69 BC, it has largely succeeded. Alexandria is the most magnificent city in the known world, and everyone who lives there knows it, and most of them say so constantly. It is into this city, into this noise, this salt wind, this unrelenting brightness, that a girl is born. She arrives in the early months of 69 BC, the 3rd child of the Ptolemaic king Auletes, a man whose full formal name sprawls across official documents like a royal decree unto itself, but whom the people of Alexandria have quietly, ruthlessly nicknamed the flute player, because of his fondness for music and his corresponding unfondness for the harder work of kingship. The girl born to him in that year will one day be known as Cleopatra VII, though no one calls her that yet. She has no number beside her name. She is simply a child in a palace, which in the Ptolemaic court is never a simple thing to be. The royal quarter of Alexandria occupies the northeastern corner of the city, pressing out toward the sea on a wedge of land where the Mediterranean opens wide, and the lighthouse on the island of Pharos can be seen from nearly every window. The palace complex is not a single building but a city within a city, a shifting arrangement of gardens and reception halls and private apartments and treasury vaults and temples and stables, all of it connected by covered walkways of pink and white marble that catch the afternoon light and hold it like cupped hands. The smell of the place is jasmine in the evening, and sea spray in the morning, and something underneath both of those, something older and harder to name, the smell of power held too long in enclosed spaces, of incense burned not for the gods but for the watching eyes of courtiers. This is the world in which Cleopatra opens her eyes for the first time. She is not the eldest. There is a sister before her, Berenice, who moves through the palace with the slow, watchful deliberateness of a child who has already understood that proximity to a throne is not safety, but exposure. There is another sister too, and later there will be a brother named Ptolemy, and then another, and the household that surrounds them is vast and intricate and interpenetrating in the way that royal households of that era always are. Servants and advisors and tutors and priests and soldiers all moving through the same rooms, all watching the same children, all calculating. Cleopatra watches back. This is the first thing that people who encounter her in those early years seem to notice, in whatever fragmentary accounts survive the long passage of time. She watches. Where her older sister Berenice moves through rooms with a kind of predatory impatience, and where other royal children turn their eyes downward in the presence of adults, Cleopatra holds her gaze steady. She looks at people the way scholars look at texts, carefully, without immediately committing to an interpretation, as though she knows that first readings are almost always incomplete. She is perhaps 5 years old when she first accompanies her father to the steps of the Bruchion, the great palace's ceremonial entrance, to receive a delegation from Rome. It is a morning in late spring, and the harbor is so blue it seems painted. The Romans arrive in white-bordered togas that have gone slightly gray from the journey, and they speak their language in the clipped, authoritative cadences of men who are accustomed to being understood without translation. Auletes receives them, with the elaborate and somewhat theatrical deference that has characterized his entire reign, bowing lower than a king ought to bow, smiling more warmly than diplomacy strictly requires, offering gifts before demands have even been made. He plays the flute of his nickname in every negotiation, filling the silences with pleasantness rather than strength. The girl beside him watches the Romans. And then she watches her father watching the Romans. And something in the angle of her small head suggests that she is already doing a kind of arithmetic, calculating the distance between what is being said and what is being meant, between the warmth of her father's reception and the coolness behind the Roman envoy's eyes. She will not forget this lesson. She will spend the rest of her life refining it. The Great Library is a 20-minute walk from the palace, though the walk is never simple, because Alexandria's streets between those 2 points are permanently crowded with the traffic of a city that considers the life of the mind a civic obligation. Scholars move in clusters, arguing loudly. Merchants from Memphis and Carthage and Athens and further still navigate their carts between the colonnades. The smell of fresh bread from the bakeries near the Canopic Way mingles with the sharper smell of papyrus scrolls being carried in cedar boxes from the docks, newly arrived from the workshops upriver. Paper and bread and salt water. This is what Alexandria smells like from the inside of a litter carried on the shoulders of 4 strong men, the curtains drawn back so a girl can see. Cleopatra is perhaps 7 when she begins her formal education at the Mouseion, the Temple of the Muses, the scholarly complex of which the Great Library is the most famous component. The Mouseion is not merely a library, in the way that a modest collection of scrolls is a library. It is the greatest repository of human knowledge that has ever been assembled, a place where the collected thought of the Greek world and the Egyptian world and the Babylonian world, and increasingly the Roman and Indian worlds have been gathered, catalogued, and stored in rooms of such perfect stillness that sound itself seems reluctant to disturb them. It houses, at various estimates, somewhere between 400,000 and 700,000 individual scrolls, the uncertainty itself a testament to the library's vastness, and it employs scholars from every corner of the Mediterranean world whose sole responsibility is to think, to write, and to argue with each other in the colonnaded gardens where the light falls at exactly the angle that Euclid would have called correct. The tutors assigned to Cleopatra are not ordinary men. The Ptolemaic court has always understood that its children's education is a form of statecraft, and the scholars brought to instruct the royal children are among the finest minds available in a city that defines itself by the quality of its minds. There is a philosopher who has studied in Athens, and carries that city's particular habit of answering every question with a better question. There is a mathematician who has extended the work of Euclid into territories of abstraction that make even the other mathematicians uncomfortable. There is a linguist, and this is the tutor who will matter most, a lean, precise man from the Syrian coast who speaks 9 languages with native fluency, and carries that gift not as a party trick, but as a philosophical conviction, as though he believes that each language is a different way of being human, and that to speak them all is to multiply one's humanity accordingly. Cleopatra learns languages the way other children learn to walk, through immersion, through repetition, through a kind of bodily absorption that precedes conscious understanding. Latin comes first among the foreign tongues, because Rome is already too important to be held at the distance of translation. Then Aramaic, which is the tongue of trade, and of the Eastern world beyond the Sinai. Then Hebrew, which unlocks a dimension of Egyptian civic life that purely Greek-speaking rulers have always kept at arm's length. Then the languages of Ethiopia and the Arabian Peninsula, which matter for the trade routes that run south and east from Alexandria's harbor. And beneath all of it, wound through all of it, deepening daily, Egyptian itself, the language that no Ptolemaic ruler before her has ever bothered to learn. This last choice is not merely linguistic curiosity. It is a political decision made by a child young enough that the decision is probably not yet fully conscious, more instinct than strategy, a leaning towards something that other members of her family have consistently leaned away from. For 3 centuries, the Ptolemies have ruled Egypt as a foreign dynasty, Greek in language, Greek in court culture, Greek in religion at the official level, while paying the required ceremonial tribute to Egyptian gods without truly entering the world those gods inhabit. They have been rulers of Egypt, without ever quite becoming Egyptian rulers. Cleopatra, working through her vocabulary tablets and her pronunciation drills with the Syrian linguist, is beginning to understand, without yet having words for the understanding, that this is a form of weakness dressed as sophistication. The Great Library itself, she enters for the first time on a winter morning, when the sky over Alexandria has gone the flat grey-white of polished bone, and the sea is choppy, and the scholars in the reading rooms are wrapped in their cloaks against a cold that Alexandrian buildings, designed for the long Mediterranean summer, handle imperfectly. She is escorted by the philosopher and 2 palace guards, who wait at the entrance, with expressions of men who are being asked to guard something they do not entirely understand. The reading rooms are long and narrow, lit by skylights and by oil lamps set at careful intervals, and the smell inside is papyrus and cedar, and the particular dusty sweetness of old ink, and Cleopatra stands in the entrance to the first great room and is, for one of the few recorded moments of her childhood, completely still. The scrolls are everywhere. They fill the cedar shelving that lines every wall from floor to ceiling, each one fitted into its own pigeonhole, and labeled with a small ceramic tag, bearing its author and subject in the careful handwriting of the catalogers. Herodotus is here, and Thucydides and Homer in 4 different editions, and the mathematical works of Archimedes, and the philosophical dialogues of Plato, and the medical treatises of Hippocrates, and the astronomical calculations that Aristarchus of Samos used to argue 2 centuries earlier that the Earth moves around the Sun, an argument the scholarly world has largely declined to accept, but which sits here in its scroll nonetheless, patient and quiet and waiting. There are agricultural manuals and military histories, and collections of poetry from traditions so old that the scholars who catalogued them could not always identify the cultures that had produced them. There are Egyptian religious texts translated into Greek, and Greek philosophical texts translated into Egyptian demotic script, and Babylonian astronomical records copied onto papyrus, because the original clay tablets were too heavy to transport. All of it is here. The entire written memory of the world, or as much of it as the Ptolemies could collect in 3 centuries of determined acquisition, much of it obtained through the harbor master's standing order, that any ship docking in Alexandria with scrolls aboard must surrender them for copying before the originals or the copies, sometimes the originals, were returned to the owners. Cleopatra reads everything she can reach. She is a methodical reader, which surprises the librarians, who occasionally find her in the reading rooms. Royal children who visit the library tend to approach it the way they approach banquets, sampling, moving quickly, asking for the most famous items rather than exploring the full catalogue. Cleopatra works through sections. She reads the military histories, and then the philosophical works that informed the generals, who appear in the military histories. She reads the geographical texts, and traces trade routes with her finger across the papyrus, as though memorizing not just the information, but the shape of the world the information describes. She reads Thucydides with the attention of someone who is not reading about Athens and Sparta, but reading about power, how it accumulates, how it is spent, how miscalculation destroys it from the inside before enemies can destroy it from without. The palace, meanwhile, is teaching her a different and darker curriculum. Auletes, the flute player, her father, is a king in the specific manner of a man who has inherited a throne that has been shrinking for 3 centuries, and who lacks either the talent or the temperament to reverse the contraction. The Ptolemaic kingdom, once the wealthiest and most powerful of the successor states that emerged from Alexander's fragmented empire, has been reduced decade by decade under pressure from Rome. Egypt still controls its own affairs, still commands the Nile's agricultural wealth, still dominates the eastern Mediterranean grain trade, but it does so increasingly at the pleasure of a Senate in Rome that does not think of Egypt as a sovereign state so much as an asset that has not yet been formally acquired. Auletes understands this with painful clarity. His response is to court Rome constantly, to send lavish embassies and accept whatever terms are offered, and pay whatever bribes are demanded, in the belief that a cooperative Egypt will remain technically free, while a resistant Egypt will simply be absorbed more quickly. The Alexandrian court despises him for this. The Alexandrians are a proud people, with a long memory, and a sophisticated political culture, and an institutional tradition of expressing displeasure with their rulers in ways that range from pointed street theater to actual armed uprising. They have deposed kings before. They have installed queens before. The mechanisms of popular violence against unpopular rulers are not theoretical in this city, they are historical, precedented, and periodically refreshed. Cleopatra watches her father navigate this. She watches from doorways and colonnaded walkways, and the upper galleries of reception halls, always slightly removed from the center of events, always at an angle that allows her to see both the performance being given and the audience receiving it. She watches Auletes charm the Romans and disappoint the Alexandrians, and retreat into his music when the pressures of the court become too heavy, and she draws from what she observes a series of conclusions that she does not yet articulate but carries in her body like a compass bearing. Charm is necessary, but insufficient. Accommodation has a floor below which it becomes indistinguishable from surrender. A ruler who is beloved by foreign powers, and despised by her own people, has exchanged the wrong currencies. The year 58 BC arrives like a slow catastrophe, which is the way most catastrophes arrive when observed closely enough. Rome annexes Cyprus, a territory held by Auletes' brother Ptolemy the Younger, and does so with the casual efficiency of an empire that has stopped pretending its acquisitions require justification. Ptolemy the Younger, rather than submit to Roman authority, takes his own life, an act that Alexandria registers as a combination of tragedy and honor, a king who chose death over humiliation. Auletes registers it as a warning. The warning is that the distance between a cooperative client king and an annexed province is shorter than he had believed, and that Rome's friendship does not prevent Rome's appetite. He travels to Rome to negotiate. He leaves Alexandria in the hands of regents, which is a decision that the city interprets as abandonment. In his absence, his daughter Berenice, the eldest, the one with the predatory patience, moves through the palace with a new quality of attention, like a woman measuring rooms she has decided are already hers. Cleopatra is 11 years old. She watches her sister and continues to learn. The streets of Alexandria during Auletes' Roman exile are a school of their own. The city's response to a king who has gone to beg protection from the empire that threatens him is precisely as complicated and volatile as Alexandria's responses to things always are. There are priests who invoke older loyalties, Egyptian loyalties, the memory of pharaohs, the weight of a civilization that was ancient when Greece was young, and frame the Ptolemaic question not as a dynasty's survival but as Egypt's. There are merchants who calculate the trade implications of Roman annexation, with the cool detachment of men for whom politics is overhead. There are philosophers at the Mouseion who argue about the nature of legitimate authority in terms abstract enough to be technically safe and pointed enough to be unmistakably political. And there are, in the narrower streets away from the royal quarter, ordinary Alexandrians, Egyptian and Greek and Jewish and Syrian and dozens of other origins mixed together in the city's permanent, productive, occasionally explosive cosmopolitan tumult, who have opinions about their king that they express loudly and without diplomatic softening. Cleopatra moves through these streets with less ceremony than a princess technically requires, and more curiosity than her tutors technically endorse. She speaks to merchants in their own languages. She visits the temples of Egyptian gods with a seriousness that is not performance. She learns the rituals, asks the priests questions they are not accustomed to being asked by members of the royal family, and receives in return a quality of attention from the priesthood that the Ptolemaic court has rarely cultivated. The priests of Ptah and Isis and Amun are keepers of an Egyptian memory far older than the Ptolemaic dynasty, a memory that runs back through dynasties and floods and conquests to a time when the people of the Nile Valley first began to understand themselves as a people. When Cleopatra speaks to them in Egyptian, haltingly at first and then with increasing fluency and care, she is doing something that no ruler of her line has done, and the priests know it, and they do not forget it. Auletes returns from Rome in 55 BC with Roman soldiers and an enormous debt, and slightly less dignity than he left with, which was already not much. The soldiers help him reclaim the throne from Berenice, who has ruled in his absence with the competence of a woman who has been studying for exactly this opportunity, and the cruelty of one who has concluded that cruelty is the most efficient instrument of authority. Auletes restored to power, and unsentimentally pragmatic about what that restoration required, has Berenice executed. The act is brutal and rapid, and performed without visible remorse, and it says something true about the Ptolemaic court, that the daughter who watches this happen, who is 13 years old, who has grown up in the same palace as the sister who is now being removed from it permanently, does not appear to be surprised. She is sad. Accounts suggest she is sad. But she is not surprised. Surprise in the Ptolemaic court is a luxury reserved for people who have not been paying attention. Cleopatra has been paying attention since before she had words for what she was observing. The years between Auletes' return and his death are years of consolidation and exhaustion, the reign of a man who has spent everything, political capital, treasury, personal credibility, to hold a throne that grows more precarious with every accommodation made to hold it. He is aging visibly. The music that once seemed like a monarch's harmless affectation now seems like retreat, a man withdrawing into the one domain of his life that has not disappointed him. He plays his flute in the evenings, and meets with the Roman creditors, who have followed him to Alexandria to ensure their loans are repaid, and he watches his remaining children with the weary eyes of a man calculating futures he will not live to see. Cleopatra is now his clear preference. This is not sentiment, or not only sentiment. It is an assessment. She is 17, 18, moving through the court with a quality of authority that she has not been formally granted, but that she radiates nonetheless. She knows the palace's finances with a precision that surprises the treasury officials she questions. She knows the trade routes and the grain yields, and the obligations that bind Egypt's agricultural surplus to Rome's political will. She has continued her work with languages. She now speaks 9 fluently, and she has begun to conduct some of her father's correspondence herself, drafting letters to Eastern potentates in their own languages without the intermediary of translation, which is a political gesture as much as a practical one, a way of saying that Egypt's court is not confined to the Greek-speaking Mediterranean world. She accompanies Auletes to the Temple of Ptah at Memphis in 52 BC, when the sacred Apis bull, the living embodiment of the god, a black bull with a white diamond on its forehead, housed in conditions of royal luxury, has died, and the funeral rites must be performed, and a new bull found and installed with the full weight of pharaonic ceremony. Auletes performs the rites in the way that Ptolemaic rulers always have, present, going through the correct motions, but fundamentally exterior to the Egyptian world the ceremony inhabits. He is a Greek king performing Egyptian rituals, which is a category of performance the Egyptian priesthood has always recognized and tacitly accepted while never quite being moved by. Cleopatra performs her portion of the ceremony, secondary, ceremonial, appropriate to her station, in Egyptian. She addresses the priests in the language they have spoken since before the Ptolemaic dynasty existed, and the quality of what she says and how she says it is such that several of the senior priests respond to her with a formality that is almost, not quite but almost, the formality one uses with a pharaoh. She is 19 years old. She is not yet queen of anything. But something is already established, in the minds of the priests, and in the memory of the city, and in the deepening calculations of Rome, which has been watching Egypt with the patient attention of an empire that has decided to be patient. Something about this young woman does not fit the category that 3 centuries of Ptolemaic rule have established. The category is foreign dynasty, Greek in character, capable enough to maintain order and generate the agricultural surplus that makes Egypt valuable, fundamentally manageable. The category assumes a certain kind of Ptolemaic ruler, technically competent, politically cautious, oriented toward Rome and away from Egypt's own deep cultural identity. Cleopatra does not fit. She has spent the 19 years of her life in this city, building something that no one handed her, and no one taught her directly, something she assembled from the library and the streets and the temple courtyards and the doorways of reception halls, and the faces of Roman envoys, and the eyes of her father watching Rome get closer year by year. She has built a self that is genuinely multiple, Greek and Egyptian and Macedonian and cosmopolitan, holding all of these things not as contradictions to be managed but as instruments to be played. She is the flute player's daughter in the end, though she has learned to play a different instrument, and to play it rather better than he ever did. Auletes is dying by the time the year 51 BC opens. The city knows it, in the way cities always know things about their rulers before anyone announces it officially, a quality of stillness in the palace corridors, a different rhythm to the changing of the guards, the way petitioners begin to redirect themselves toward whoever will hold power next rather than the power that currently holds. He has named Cleopatra and her younger brother Ptolemy, the elder of the two, 13 years old, and already the object of significant attention from court factions who prefer a child on the throne for the usual reasons as co-rulers. This is the Ptolemaic tradition, the nominal pairing of a queen with a male co-regent, and almost everyone who hears the arrangement expects it to unfold the way such arrangements have always unfolded. The boy's advisors will manage the actual power, and the queen will be a ceremonial figure, useful for particular occasions but not a governing force. Almost everyone expects this. The sea continues to arrive in long, slow breaths at the edge of the city. The lighthouse on Pharos still turns its light through the darkness, the most famous light in the world, visible 30 miles out to sea, guiding ships into the harbor of the city that Cleopatra has spent 19 years learning to understand and to love and to use. The scholars at the Mouseion argue, and the merchants calculate and the priests tend their temples, and the city hums with its own particular inexhaustible energy. Auletes dies in the spring of 51 BC. The girl who watched the Romans from beside her father's knee is now the queen. The game, which she has been studying since she was old enough to stand in a doorway and watch it being played, is now hers to play. She is ready. Exile and the Roman arrival, 51 BC to 48 BC. The Nile moved slowly in the summer of 50, one before the Common Era, as it always had, as it always would, indifferent to the ambitions of those who ruled from its banks, indifferent to the grief and the glory that played out in the shadow of its waters. Egypt was eternal. Its kings and queens were not. And in the palace at Alexandria, a young woman of 18 years was learning, with cold and sudden clarity, exactly what it meant to sit upon the most ancient throne in the known world. Cleopatra VII Philopator, she who loved her father, she who was beloved of her father, had watched Ptolemy XII die slowly. There was nothing sudden about his end. The man who had spent years in Rome begging for Roman support, who had debased the Egyptian currency to pay his debts, who had earned the nickname Orleats the flute player, a name his enemies meant as mockery, had come home to his kingdom diminished in everything except his hunger to hold what was his. He had held it. And then, in the spring of 51, he had released it, exhaling a last long breath in the royal chambers of Alexandria while the Mediterranean wind moved through the corridor palms and the court stood still and waiting. He left behind a will. That was the Roman way now, to leave behind a will witnessed by Rome, as though Egypt itself required Roman permission to continue. In that document, Ptolemy bequeathed his throne jointly to his eldest surviving daughter, and his eldest surviving son. Cleopatra, 18 years old, brilliant and already practiced in the art of survival. And Ptolemy XIII, her younger brother, 10 years old, a boy whose smallness had not yet taught him smallness of ambition. They would rule together, the document decreed. They would be co-regents, co-sovereigns, husband and wife in the ancient Ptolemaic tradition that had always required siblings to perform the theater of marriage for the sake of dynastic continuity. It was not sentiment. It was never sentiment. The Ptolemaic house had been founded by one of Alexander the Great's generals, a Macedonian dynasty that had governed Egypt for nearly 3 centuries by layering Greek sophistication over Egyptian sacred tradition, by presenting themselves as pharaohs to their Egyptian subjects and as Hellenistic monarchs to the wider Mediterranean world. By Cleopatra's time, this balancing act was so deeply embedded in the structure of power that no ruler could afford to abandon either face. Cleopatra had understood this before she understood almost anything else. She had grown up watching her father perform it. She had watched him prostrate himself before Roman senators, and then return home to don the double crown and be proclaimed son of Ra, beloved of Isis, living image of the gods. She had learned from his humiliations as much as from his moments of authority. And she had added something her father never fully possessed: language. While the Ptolemaic rulers before her had been content to govern through interpreters, Cleopatra had bent her formidable mind to the tongues of those she ruled, and those she needed. She spoke Egyptian, the language of the people who worked the black soil of the Nile floodplain and filled the great temples with incense and prayer. She spoke the Koine Greek, of her dynasty's origins, and of Alexandria's cosmopolitan intellectual class. She spoke Aramaic, the language of trade across the eastern Mediterranean. She spoke the languages of the Ethiopian kingdoms to the south, of the Parthians to the east, of the Arabs who moved across the desert margins of her world. 9 languages, some accounts would later claim, though the number is perhaps less important than the instinct behind it, the understanding that power is relational, that to speak to someone in their own tongue is to reach past the armor of foreignness and touch something deeper, something that opens. She took the throne in the spring of 51, and she did not waste a moment of it. The first months of her reign were consumed by governance in its most immediate and unglamorous form. Egypt was in trouble in ways that had nothing to do with palace politics. The Nile's inundation had been poor for several seasons running, which meant the harvest had been poor, which meant the granaries were thinner than they should have been, which meant that the tax revenues the state depended upon were contracting at the same moment that Rome's appetite for Egyptian grain was expanding. The relationship between Egypt and Rome was one of the defining tensions of this era. Egypt was not yet a Roman province, it retained the formal status of an independent kingdom, but it existed in Rome's gravitational field so completely that independence was increasingly a legal fiction. Roman merchants moved through Alexandria's harbor in great numbers. Roman moneylenders held Egyptian debts. Roman military power loomed at the edges of every strategic calculation. And Rome itself was, in 51, beginning to fracture in ways that would eventually reshape the entire Mediterranean world. Cleopatra watched this from Alexandria, and understood that Egypt's survival depended on navigating Roman politics as skillfully as Egyptian ones. She had begun cultivating relationships with Rome's competing factions even before her father's death. She would continue that work. But first she had to secure what she had been given. In the early months of her reign, she moved through the governance of Egypt with a concentration that impressed even those courtiers who had been skeptical of her youth. She issued edicts. She received petitions. She oversaw the management of grain distribution during a period of shortage, personally intervening to prevent the hoarding that local officials sometimes engaged in during times of scarcity. There is a papyrus fragment that survives from this period, a document in the spidery administrative script of Ptolemaic bureaucracy, that bears a royal notation in her own hand. A single word translated roughly as "make it so" or "let it be done." The handwriting is decisive. There is nothing tentative about it. She also made a journey south, into the heart of Egypt, to the temple at Hermonthis, where she participated in the installation of a sacred Bacchus bull, one of those great rituals of Egyptian religion that served simultaneously as genuine sacred observance and as political theater. The pharaoh's presence at such moments was not optional. It was the renewal of the covenant between the ruler and the divine order of the universe, the affirmation that Ma'at, truth, justice, the proper ordering of all things, was being maintained under her stewardship. When Cleopatra stood in that temple precinct, dressed in the regalia of the pharaoh, receiving the sacred bull in the name of Ra and Osiris and Isis, she was not merely performing. She was doing something her ancestors had largely neglected. She was being Egyptian in a way that reached the Egyptian priests and people as authentic. The priests noticed. They remembered. But Alexandria was not Egypt's temples. Alexandria was something else, a city that Aristotle's most famous student had founded as a monument to the idea that Greek civilization could anchor itself at the edge of the world and illuminate everything around it. By Cleopatra's time, Alexandria was the largest city in the Mediterranean outside Rome itself, and possibly the most intellectually alive. The Great Library, which had set out to collect every text ever written in any language, still drew scholars from across the known world. The Mouseion, the institution connected to the library, from which our word museum derives, hosted mathematicians, astronomers, poets, physicians, and philosophers who worked in proximity to one another in ways that produced over the generations an extraordinary flowering of human knowledge. Euclid had worked here. Eratosthenes had here calculated the circumference of the earth with startling accuracy. Archimedes had studied here before returning to Syracuse. The physician Herophilos had here advanced the understanding of human anatomy in ways that would not be surpassed for centuries. Cleopatra had grown up at the edge of this world. As a princess, she had been educated in ways that would have been recognizable to any Greek aristocratic family: philosophy, rhetoric, mathematics, literature. But the breadth and depth of what was available in Alexandria gave her education a scope that went beyond what any other royal household in the Mediterranean could offer. She was not a scholar in the technical sense, she was a ruler, and rulers cannot afford the scholar's luxury of following inquiry wherever it leads without regard for consequence. But she was genuinely curious, genuinely engaged, and the intellectual life of Alexandria was not merely a backdrop to her story, it was part of the atmosphere she breathed. It was also part of what made her dangerous to those who preferred their monarchs decorative, rather than capable. The court of Alexandria was not a place of simple loyalties. It was a labyrinthine structure of factions, ambitions, and long memories, where advisors and ministers had their own networks, their own interests, their own understandings of how Egypt should be governed and by whom. The young king Ptolemy XIII had around him a circle of men who saw in his youth not a limitation but an opportunity. Chief among them was a man named Pothinus, the king's chief eunuch and advisor, a figure of considerable administrative intelligence and considerable personal ruthlessness, who understood that a child king was a more manageable king than an adult queen. There was also Achilles, the commander of the Egyptian military, a man whose loyalties were, like most military men's loyalties, ultimately to power rather than to persons. And there was Theodotus of Chios, the king's rhetoric teacher, who had shaped the young Ptolemy's understanding of language and persuasion, and who moved between the world of ideas and the world of court intrigue with the ease of someone who had never seen them as separate. These three men, Pothinus, Achilles, Theodotus, formed the nucleus of what would become the force that drove Cleopatra from her throne. They were not stupid. They recognized what she was. And they recognized that what she was made her dangerous to their influence. Throughout 51 and into 50, the tensions within the court sharpened. Cleopatra's name appeared first in official documents, which was a statement of precedence that the faction around her brother resented deeply. She made decisions without consulting the Council of Regents, in ways that suggested she viewed her brother's co-regency as a formality rather than a genuine partnership of power. Whether this was strategic calculation or simply the natural assertiveness of someone who knew she was the more capable of the two, the effect was the same. Pothinus and his allies grew more determined to remove her from the equation. In 49, her name disappeared from official documents. This is the kind of evidence that historians of the ancient world learn to read carefully, because the documentary record is almost never narrative, it is administrative, fragmentary, indirect. But the disappearance of a ruler's name from official records is not accidental. It is a statement. It means that someone has decided the ruler no longer exists for official purposes. And from this and other evidence, historians have concluded that sometime in 49, Ptolemy XIII's faction moved decisively against Cleopatra, and she was forced to flee. The mechanics of her expulsion are not recorded in detail. We do not have a scene, a confrontation, a moment of crisis that we can reconstruct with the confidence that comes from eyewitness testimony. What we have are the traces and the aftermath. We know she left Alexandria. We know she went east, toward the desert border regions. We know she was gathering support, recruiting soldiers, building the nucleus of a force that might eventually carry her back to what was hers. Exile is a particular kind of suffering. It is not the sharp anguish of sudden loss but the grinding, daily experience of displacement, of being the wrong person in the wrong place, of carrying your identity like a weight with nowhere to set it down. Cleopatra had been raised in a palace that was itself a world, a self-contained universe of ceremony and abundance and purpose. Now she was in the desert margins of her own kingdom, dependent on the loyalty of those who had chosen to follow her, calculating every resource and every relationship with the obsessive precision of someone who cannot afford miscalculation. She was 20 years old. She was building an army. She established herself at the eastern edge of Egypt, near the region that would later be called Pelusium, where the desert meets the Mediterranean coast, and where the land routes between Egypt and the rest of the eastern Mediterranean world converge. It was a strategically intelligent position. She was close enough to Egypt to maintain her networks within the country. She was positioned along routes that connected to the broader Levantine world, where she could seek mercenary soldiers and potential allies. And she was watching the wider world with the attention of someone who understood that Egypt's internal crisis was happening against a backdrop of Roman crisis that might, if she read it correctly, create an opening. Because Rome, in 49 and 48 before the Common Era, was tearing itself apart. Julius Caesar had crossed the Rubicon in January of 49. That small river in northern Italy, that marked the boundary beyond which a Roman general was forbidden to lead his army, the crossing of which was therefore not a military maneuver but a declaration of revolution. The Roman Republic, already strained past breaking by decades of competing ambitions, by the violence of Marius and Sulla a generation earlier, by the accumulated contradictions of a city-state attempting to govern a Mediterranean empire, had finally reached the moment of open civil war. Caesar, commanding the loyalty of his battle-hardened legions from the Gallic campaigns, faced Pompey Magnus, the general who had reorganized the East, who had the nominal backing of the Senate, who commanded the loyalty of his own veteran forces and of Rome's eastern client kingdoms. The civil war moved quickly in its early stages. Pompey fled Italy, gathered his forces in Greece, and the two men maneuvered against each other across the eastern Mediterranean world. Egypt, positioned as it was at the hinge of this world, watched with the attention of a small country between two large powers, knowing that whichever Roman emerged from this conflict would require managing, and knowing that the wrong bet could be catastrophic. Ptolemy XIII's government, under the guidance of Pothinus, had been cultivating a relationship with Pompey. It was a reasonable calculation, given that Pompey had deep ties to the eastern Mediterranean, and had been a significant presence in Rome's relationship with Egypt. When Ptolemy XII had needed Roman support, it had been Pompey who had been central to arranging it. The young king's court continued this relationship, sending grain and ships to support the Pompeian cause, betting that Pompey would prevail. In August of 48, Caesar won. The Battle of Pharsalus, fought on the plains of Thessaly in Greece, was the decisive engagement that determined the shape of the next era of Roman and world history. Pompey's forces, though numerically superior, were broken by Caesar's tactical genius, and by the quality of his veteran soldiers. Pompey fled the field. And in the days and weeks after Pharsalus, everything that had been calculated around the assumption of his victory had to be recalculated. Pompey's destination, after the catastrophe of Pharsalus, was Egypt. He sailed east, toward a kingdom that had supported his cause, expecting refuge. He was 58 years old, had been one of the most powerful men in the Roman world for 3 decades, had reorganized entire regions and defeated armies from Spain to the Caucasus. He was now a fugitive. And he sailed toward Alexandria, with the assumption that what his relationship with Egypt had purchased was loyalty in adversity. The young king's council, led by Pothinus, gathered to deliberate. They were in a position of almost pure pragmatism. Pompey had lost. Caesar had won. Caesar was coming. Everyone understood that a victor in civil war does not rest, that the pursuit of a defeated enemy is itself a political act, that leaving Pompey at large was leaving the possibility of resistance at large. To shelter Pompey was to announce oneself as Caesar's enemy. To give him up was to announce oneself as Caesar's friend. Theodotus of Chios, the rhetoric teacher, offered the formulation that the ancient sources remember. It was in its way a small masterpiece of sophistry dressed as logic. He argued that if they received Pompey, they would make Caesar their enemy. If they sent him away, they would make Pompey their enemy, and Pompey might return. But if they killed Pompey, Caesar would be grateful, and Pompey would no longer be a threat. Dead men, Theodotus concluded, do not bite. The council agreed. On September 28, 48 before the Common Era, Pompey Magnus was rowed in a small boat toward the Egyptian shore. He had been told that the king would receive him. He stepped from the boat onto the beach at Pelusium, the same stretch of eastern Egyptian coastline where Cleopatra had gathered her forces, where the desert met the sea, and he was killed. The men who met him were soldiers under the command of Achilles, and they killed him efficiently, without ceremony, on the sand. They cut off his head. They preserved it, with some care, as proof of the deed, and as the gift they intended to present to Julius Caesar. Caesar arrived in Alexandria with a relatively small force, perhaps 4,000 soldiers, an escort rather than an army, in October of 48. He came in the immediate aftermath of Pharsalus, following the trail of his defeated enemy. He arrived in a city that was magnificent and complex, and immediately volatile. The Alexandrians were proud, turbulent, not inclined to accept Roman authority as a simple fact of geography. Caesar made the mistake, or perhaps the deliberate provocation, of entering the city with the symbols of his office displayed, with his lictors carrying the fasces that signified Roman consular authority. The Alexandrians rioted. He was presented with Pompey's head. The ancient sources tell us that he wept, or appeared to weep. Pompey had been his enemy, had been the instrument of a civil war that had consumed years and lives. But he had also been Caesar's son-in-law once, had been the most distinguished Roman of his generation, had been a figure of the republic that Caesar himself had served and then necessarily destroyed. Whatever Caesar's private feelings in that moment, and we cannot truly know them, the public gesture of grief was politically meaningful. It signaled that he did not take pleasure in the death of a Roman general. It positioned him as a man of a certain gravity. He moved into the royal palace at Alexandria, and immediately began inserting himself into Egyptian affairs, with the confidence of a man who understood that the civil war he had just won had made him, effectively, the arbiter of the Mediterranean world. He called for both Cleopatra and Ptolemy XIII to dismiss their armies and present themselves before him, to submit their dispute to his judgment. Ptolemy XIII came. He was a 13-year-old boy, surrounded by advisors, who were terrified of what Caesar's intervention might mean for the power they had accumulated. The young king came and presented his case, that his sister had been legitimately displaced, that the kingdom was properly his, that the Romans should accept the existing situation and withdraw. Caesar listened. And then Caesar waited for the other claimant. Cleopatra, from her position in the desert east of the city, understood the situation with perfect clarity. To come to Caesar openly would be to risk capture or death at the hands of her brother's forces, who controlled the city and its approaches. The Ptolemaic court would not allow her to simply walk through the gates of Alexandria and present herself to the Roman general. She would be stopped. She might be killed. She needed to get inside the palace. And she needed to do it without being seen. What happened next entered history and mythology simultaneously, as certain moments do when they combine the genuinely dramatic with the genuinely consequential. The ancient sources, primarily Plutarch, writing more than a century after the events, describe how Cleopatra arranged to be smuggled into the palace at Alexandria inside a roll of bedding, or a sack used for carrying goods, or a carpet, depending on which account one follows. A Sicilian Greek named Apollodorus, described as her loyal attendant, carried this bundle through the palace gates in the early evening, presenting it as a gift for the Roman general. Caesar received it. The bundle was unrolled or opened, and Cleopatra was there. Whatever the precise logistics of this moment, and historians have debated them, have questioned whether the carpet story is literal or metaphorical, whether it happened exactly as described, or whether the ancient sources have romanticized a more prosaic reality. Something extraordinary occurred. A 21-year-old queen in exile, having crossed enemy territory and risked her life and staked everything on a single bold gambit, appeared before one of the most powerful men in the world. And she spoke to him. In Latin, some accounts suggest, though Greek is more likely the medium, given that Caesar was thoroughly Greek-educated and Alexandria was a Greek city. She spoke, and Caesar listened, and something shifted in that room that would alter the history of the world. Caesar was 52 years old. He was a man of enormous experience and complexity, a military commander of genius, a political operator of ruthlessness, a writer of elegant Latin prose, a man who had survived near death more than once and had emerged from each crisis more formidable than before. He had been married 3 times. He had conducted affairs of various kinds throughout his career. He was not, by any account, a man easily impressed. He was impressed. What impressed him cannot be reduced to a single quality, though later centuries would reduce it to beauty, which is the reductive lens through which history has often viewed powerful women. Cleopatra was, by ancient accounts, not considered remarkable primarily for physical beauty, though she was attractive, the accounts suggest, and presented herself with great care and effect. What the ancient sources return to, again and again, is the force of her presence, the quality of her voice, the agility of her intelligence, the sense that to speak with her was to be fully engaged by a mind that was genuinely alive to you, genuinely tracking not just what you were saying but what you meant, what you wanted, what you feared. She was also a queen arguing for her throne, making her case with everything she had. The carpet story, whatever its precise truth, captures something real about Cleopatra: the audacity, the theatricality, the willingness to take a risk that most people would have found unthinkable. She did not wait for circumstances to favor her. She folded herself into a bundle, and had herself carried into the presence of the man who could change everything, and then she unfolded herself and she spoke. Caesar kept her there that night. By morning the decision had been made, not merely the personal one, though that was real enough and would deepen in the weeks to come, but the political one. Caesar would support Cleopatra's claim. He would press for a resolution of the dynastic conflict that included her, that restored her to the co-regency, that honored the terms of her father's will. When Ptolemy XIII was brought before Caesar the following day, and saw his sister standing beside the Roman general, standing as an equal, standing as someone who had already spent the night in conversation with the man upon whom everything now depended, the boy king understood what had happened. He ran from the room. He tore the royal diadem from his head, and threw it to the ground, screaming that he had been betrayed, appealing to the Alexandrian crowd outside the palace walls. The crowd responded. Alexandria erupted. The streets filled with people who were angry, at Rome's presence, at Roman authority, at the sense that their kingdom was being adjudicated by a foreign general who had arrived with 4,000 soldiers, and the assumption that his victory in a Roman civil war gave him the right to settle Egyptian succession. It was not an unreasonable anger. Caesar had placed himself in an extraordinarily precarious position. He was in a foreign city, with a small force, surrounded by a hostile population, with the Egyptian military under Achilles capable of fielding far more soldiers than he had brought. He was also now, publicly and personally committed to a young woman, who had made herself his partner in a situation that was rapidly becoming a siege. Caesar called for calm. He convened a public assembly, had the terms of Ptolemy XII's will read aloud, argued for the legitimate resolution of the dispute through the restoration of the co-regency. He was trying to govern a situation that was already moving beyond governance. Pothinus, who had been allowed to remain at court while these events unfolded, sent word to Achilles, "Bring the army. All of it." And so the autumn of 48 before the Common Era drew toward its close, with Julius Caesar trapped in the palace quarter of Alexandria, with a restored Cleopatra beside him, with the Egyptian army gathering outside the walls, with the Nile moving slowly past all of it, as it always had, as it always would, indifferent and eternal, carrying the silt of the African interior toward the sea, while the humans on its banks did what humans have always done: fought, plotted, loved, and reached for what they believed was theirs. The palace walls held. For now. And inside them, two people who had each in their different ways bet everything on a single moment of audacity, sat together in the most ancient kingdom in the world, waiting for what the morning would bring. Chapter 3: The Carpet and the Conqueror, 48 BC to 47 BC. The desert wind carries everything in Egypt. It carries the scent of the Nile when the flood season turns the air green and heavy with silt. It carries the whispers of merchants along the delta roads, the prayers of priests in the temples of Karnak, the cries of children in the alleyways of Alexandria. And on a particular night in the autumn of 48 BC, it carried something else entirely, the sound of oars cutting through dark water, the low breath of a woman who had spent months in exile learning what it meant to survive, and the quiet burning certainty that she was not finished. Her name was Cleopatra VII Philopator, Queen of Egypt, daughter of Ptolemy XII Auletes, last of a dynasty that had ruled the Nile Valley for nearly 3 centuries. She was 21 years old. She had been driven from her throne by her own younger brother, a boy of 10 years named Ptolemy XIII, whose advisors, chief among them the eunuch Pothinus and the general Achilles, had decided that a queen who thought for herself was a queen too dangerous to keep. They had moved against her with the swiftness that court conspiracies always use, sudden and total, and Cleopatra had fled east into the desert, into the borderlands near Pelusium, where she had spent the better part of a year assembling a small army and a larger anger. But armies cost money she did not fully have, and patience is a currency that runs low when a throne sits empty in your name. Something had changed the mathematics of her situation, in a way no one could have predicted. Julius Caesar had come to Egypt. He had not come for her. He had come chasing a ghost. Pompey the Great, his rival and former ally, the man he had defeated at the Battle of Pharsalus just weeks before, had fled to Egypt seeking sanctuary. Caesar arrived in Alexandria's harbor in late September with a fleet of warships, and the assumption that the world would arrange itself around him, as it generally did. What he found instead was a gruesome welcome. Ptolemy XIII's advisors, eager to curry favor with the victorious Roman general, had arranged for Pompey to be murdered in a small boat before he even reached shore. When they presented his severed head to Caesar, wrapped in cloth and carried on a platter, Caesar did not smile. He turned away. He wept, or so the stories say, not perhaps from grief alone, but from the recognition of what such an act revealed about the men who had committed it. These were men without honor. These were men who would do anything. Caesar decided to stay in Alexandria. He installed himself in the royal palace, declared that as a representative of Rome, which had held significant financial and political interests in Egypt for decades, he had the authority to arbitrate the dispute between the 2 royal siblings. He summoned both Ptolemy XIII and Cleopatra to appear before him and make their cases. Ptolemy arrived at the palace in the way that a child king arrives, when his advisors are doing the thinking, surrounded by courtiers and guards, wrapped in ceremony, and the borrowed confidence of men who believed they had already won. Cleopatra was given the same invitation, but she understood something her brother's council did not. They controlled the roads. They controlled the palace gates. They had men watching the harbors, and sentries at every entrance to the city. If she arrived through any conventional means, she would not arrive at all. She would disappear somewhere between the desert and the door, and history would note only that she had tried. So she did not try conventional means. The details of what followed have been told so many times, in so many languages, across so many centuries, that they have taken on the quality of legend, and yet the core of the story holds. Cleopatra, stripped of her army and her access, crossed the Mediterranean waters in a small boat with only a few trusted companions. She landed quietly, near the palace quarter of Alexandria, in the dark. She needed to get inside the palace without being seen by her brother's guards. And so she was wrapped, smuggled, concealed within a large linen sack. Some accounts say a rolled carpet, some say a burlap sack of goods. The precise vessel of her concealment matters less than what the concealment itself reveals about her. She was willing to do it. She was willing to submit to the indignity of being bundled like cargo and carried through corridors by a single, loyal servant, a Sicilian named Apollodorus, who brought her directly to Caesar's chambers. Imagine the room. A Roman general of 52 years, a man who had conquered Gaul, crossed the Rubicon, shaken the foundations of the Roman Republic, sitting in the candlelight of an Egyptian palace he had claimed for his temporary residence. He had seen many things. He had stood in burning cities, and negotiated with kings. He was not easily surprised. And then the bundle was unrolled, and there she was. What Caesar saw in those first moments, we can only reconstruct through fragments, through Plutarch, through Dio, through the silence that falls between historical sentences when writers are struggling to explain something they do not fully understand. Cleopatra was not, according to any ancient source, conventionally beautiful in the way that statues are beautiful. What she possessed was something more potent and more rare. She was electric. She was fluent in 9 languages including Egyptian, which no Ptolemaic ruler before her had bothered to learn, and including Latin, which meant she could speak directly to Caesar without an interpreter standing between them to soften or mistranslate or delay. She spoke, according to Plutarch, with a voice like a many-stringed instrument, an instrument that seemed to play effortlessly across registers, charming, serious, playful, commanding, depending on what the moment required. She was brilliantly educated, trained in mathematics and philosophy and rhetoric. She had spent the past year not despairing in exile, but studying, planning, reading the political landscape of the Mediterranean world with the analytical precision of a general. She understood Rome. She understood Caesar. And Caesar, for his part, understood almost immediately that he was dealing with someone extraordinary. They talked through the night. This much seems certain across all accounts. The conversation that began when Apollodorus unrolled that bundle did not end quickly. There was statecraft to discuss, the legal claims of each sibling, the financial debts Egypt owed to Rome, the question of how power in Alexandria would be structured going forward. But there was something else in the room as well, something that cannot be reduced to policy alone. 2 exceptional minds had found each other across the improbable gap of age and circumstance and nationality, and they recognized each other. Caesar was old enough to be her father. Cleopatra was young enough to have grown up hearing of his campaigns the way children hear of thunderstorms, enormous and distant and reshaping the world. None of this seemed to matter. By morning, they were allies. And by the following days, they were something more. The court of Alexandria learned of this development, with varying degrees of disbelief and fury. Pothinus, who had engineered Cleopatra's exile and Pompey's murder, and believed himself to be the true architect of Egyptian power, found that his calculations had gone badly wrong. He had expected Caesar to be a tool, a force that could be directed and managed. He had not expected Cleopatra. He had, in fact, forgotten to account for her entirely, and that forgetting was the error that would undo him. Ptolemy XIII, still a child, wept in public when he understood what had happened. He tore the diadem from his own head, and threw it into the street, crying out that he had been betrayed. It was a theatrical gesture, and it was real. He was 10 years old, or perhaps 12 by some accounts, and the men around him had constructed a version of power that depended entirely on the absence of his sister. Now she was back, and she was standing beside the most powerful Roman alive, and the architecture of everything Pothinus had built was already beginning to crack. Caesar attempted to play the role of mediator, with the composed authority of a man who believed in Roman order. He announced that both siblings would rule jointly, as their father's will had originally stipulated, and that the island of Cyprus would be given to the younger royal siblings, Arsinoe and the second Ptolemy. It was a diplomatic solution, carefully balanced, designed to stabilize the region and preserve Roman interests. It might have worked in a different court, with different people. But Pothinus was still present, still whispering, still calculating. And Achilles, the general who commanded the Egyptian army, was outside the city with a military force of significant size. Pothinus began sending secret messages to Achilles. The messages said, in various formulations, "March on Alexandria. Take back the palace. Remove Caesar and the queen, before the situation becomes irreversible. Cleopatra's spies, and she had them because she had always understood that information is its own form of power, intercepted some of these communications. She brought them to Caesar. Caesar had Pothinus executed. The execution of Pothinus should have resolved the conspiracy. Instead, it ignited the war. Achilles did not stop when his patron was killed. He marched on Alexandria with an army estimated at 20,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, soldiers who had served under Rome's own campaigns, men who knew Roman tactics and were not afraid of Roman discipline. They flooded into the city from the landward side, while Caesar found himself trapped in the palace quarter with a fraction of that number, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 Roman soldiers, a volatile queen beside him, and the sea at his back. This was the beginning of what history calls the Siege of Alexandria, and it was one of the most desperate chapters of Julius Caesar's long and eventful life. He held the palace. He held the harbor. He held the lighthouse island of Pharos, that great beacon rising 7 stories into the Egyptian sky, because whoever controlled the Pharos controlled the harbor entrance, and whoever controlled the harbor entrance controlled the possibility of escape or reinforcement. But he was surrounded. The city beyond the palace walls was hostile territory, a labyrinth of streets and rooftops where his soldiers could be picked apart in the dark. Caesar did what brilliant commanders do when terrain turns against them. He fought for control of the water. He burned the ships in the harbor, or at least a portion of them, to prevent Achilles from using them to blockade his position entirely. The fire spread, as fires do in port cities, and some of the accounts from antiquity speak of the Great Library of Alexandria catching flame in these days, though the precise degree of damage remains one of history's most contested questions. What is certain is that the harbor burned, and the smoke rose over Alexandria, and somewhere in the palace, Cleopatra watched the sky turn the color of ash, and understood that her future and Caesar's had become completely intertwined. If he fell, she fell. If he survived, she would have her throne. There was no longer any middle ground between them. She did not seem afraid, or at least she did not perform fear. There is a quality that emerges in accounts of Cleopatra across this siege period, a steadiness, a forward orientation, as though she had long since made peace with the understanding that her life would be conducted at the edge of catastrophe, and that the appropriate response to catastrophe was not panic but thought. She continued to work. She advised. She administered such functions of the Egyptian court as could be administered from inside a besieged palace. She was pregnant by this point, carrying Caesar's child, a fact that added its own layer of complexity to everything she touched. And still she moved through the days with that characteristic fluency, that sense of someone who has chosen to be entirely present in her circumstances, rather than retreating from them. Caesar fought. He fought in the harbor, swimming through the water with his papers held above his head when one engagement went badly, and his vessel was sunk, a detail that ancient writers loved for its absurdity. The great general of Rome paddling through the Mediterranean with his dispatches raised to the sky. He fought in the streets when he could extend his perimeter. He fought with fire and with negotiation, sending messages and receiving them, trying to peel individual factions away from the coalition that surrounded him. He was in his 50s, and had been fighting wars since his 30s, and he brought to this siege the weary, efficient competence of someone who has survived enough disasters to know that survival is mostly a matter of not making the obvious mistake. Then the situation grew more complicated still, in the way that Alexandrian politics invariably grew more complicated. Arsinoe, Cleopatra's younger sister, escaped from the palace and joined Achilles in the enemy camp. She was in her mid-teens, ambitious, resentful of her sister's position, and smart enough to understand that the besieged palace was not where she wanted to remain. She declared herself queen, claimed the allegiance of the Egyptian army, and arranged for Achilles to be murdered by her own advisor, a eunuch named Ganymede, who then took command of the military forces arrayed against Caesar. Cleopatra had now lost not only her throne to her brother, but faced a second sibling rival, declaring herself the rightful queen of Egypt. The family of the Ptolemies had always been its own most efficient enemy, generations of siblings and cousins consuming each other in the pursuit of singular power, and now the pattern was repeating itself around her, while the walls shook and the smoke from the harbor drifted through the palace corridors. Ganymede proved a capable commander. He cut off the freshwater supply to the palace district by flooding the cisterns with seawater, a clever and nearly decisive stroke that forced Caesar's engineers into the desperate work of digging new wells, searching for freshwater aquifers beneath the palace stones, rationing what existed while they dug. Soldiers and courtiers alike waited and watched the water levels with the focused anxiety that besieged people always bring to the elemental things. The days stretched. The nights were close and strange, the city outside the walls alive with sounds that meant fighting or commerce or both simultaneously, because Alexandria was that kind of city, a place where even war could not quite silence the market. Caesar sent for reinforcements, and the reinforcements came. They came by land, through the eastern approaches, under the command of Mithridates of Pergamon, who marched with a mixed force of allies through the Egyptian delta with the methodical confidence of a general who understood that speed matters less than arrival. Caesar received word of his approach, and coordinated his response from inside the palace with the kind of tactical clarity that is only possible in a mind that has never fully stopped working, even under siege, even surrounded, even with the uncertain future of a dynasty depending on the outcome. The battle that followed, fought in late January or early February of 47 BC outside Alexandria near the Nile Delta itself, was decisive in the way that battles sometimes are when the right force meets the wrong position at the wrong moment. Caesar broke out of the palace with his forces, linked up with the reinforcements of Mithridates, and caught the Egyptian army at a disadvantage between the river and his combined strength. Ptolemy XIII, the child king who had been used as an instrument by advisors who thought they understood power, was killed in the fighting, or drowned attempting to flee across the Nile. The accounts differ, but the result is the same. He was gone. Alexandria went quiet. It is the particular quiet of a city that has been fighting and has now stopped, a silence that is not peace exactly, but the absence of the specific noise of conflict, and it has a texture all its own. Caesar entered the city in full triumph. The population of Alexandria, enormous and volatile, and accustomed to spectacle, received him with the complicated submission of people who know that the battle is over. And Cleopatra received her kingdom. She was proclaimed Queen of Egypt, sole ruler in the authentic sense that the word required, with her younger brother, the second Ptolemy, now designated Ptolemy XIV, installed as her nominal co-regent in the ceremonial fashion the Ptolemaic tradition demanded, a child young enough to be managed, old enough to provide the legal form. She was 22 years old. She had been exiled and returned, hidden in a bundle and unwrapped before Rome's greatest general, survived a palace siege and a civil war and the betrayal of two siblings, and she had emerged from all of it wearing her crown. Caesar stayed. He did not rush back to Rome, though Rome had needs and the Senate had questions, and there was an enormous empire requiring his attention. He stayed in Egypt through the winter and into the spring, and the reason he stayed is one of those questions that history can answer only partially, because human motivation is always larger than the documentary record. There was political logic to his presence. Egypt was valuable, its grain feeding Rome's enormous population, its wealth significant to Roman interests, and stabilizing the new queen's position made practical sense. But there was also something else, something the ancient writers reach for in various ways without quite capturing. He and Cleopatra traveled together along the Nile, an extended journey south into the heart of Egypt, with a fleet of royal vessels carrying them past the temples and the farmland, and the villages where people came to the riverbanks to watch their queen pass. It was partly a royal progress, a display of legitimate authority, Cleopatra showing her kingdom that its queen had returned. It was partly something that defies administrative explanation. The Nile in spring is a different thing than the Nile in any other season. The water is still full from the flooding of the previous year, dark and immense and slow, carrying the silt that makes Egypt's fields the most fertile in the ancient world. The air along the river is thick with birds, ibis and egrets, and the deep-throated calls of waterfowl that have nested in the delta reeds for longer than civilization has kept records. The temples along the southern route are enormous, their walls carved with processions of gods that look down at the passing boats with the same inscribed gaze they have held for centuries, impervious to the politics of whoever floats beneath them. Caesar the Roman, the general who had marched through Gaul and crossed deserts and commanded armies in a dozen countries, was seeing Egypt for what it truly was, not just a province or an asset or a strategic consideration, but an ancient world unto itself, older than Rome by millennia, stranger and deeper and more continuous. Cleopatra was his guide through this world because it was her world, genuinely and not merely by inheritance. She spoke its language. She understood its religion, in ways that went beyond ceremony. She had grown up in the shadow of Isis and Osiris and Ra, had been educated in their temples as well as in the Mausoleum, the great scholarly institution connected to the library, and she moved through Egypt's sacred landscape with the naturalness of someone who inhabits her own mythology. To Caesar she must have been endlessly instructive. To anyone watching from the riverbank, she must have looked entirely at home, a young queen carrying a Roman general's child, gliding south on the river her ancestors had ruled, returning to show Egypt that its queen was real and present and unbroken. By the time they returned to Alexandria, in the early spring of 47 BC, she was close to the end of her pregnancy. Caesar could not remain much longer. The needs of Rome were genuinely pressing, and even his remarkable capacity for managing multiple crises simultaneously had its limits. There was fighting in Asia Minor, political instability in Rome, a dozen urgent things pulling at him across the Mediterranean world. He made arrangements. He left her 3 Roman legions to guarantee her security, a substantial gift, and a signal to anyone considering another challenge to her throne. He said whatever he said to her in private, and departed. In June of 47 BC, Cleopatra gave birth to a son. She named him Ptolemy Caesar, but the people of Alexandria, with the affectionate irreverence that city populations have always brought to their rulers, called him Caesarion. Little Caesar. He was the child of 2 of the most powerful people in the world, born in the greatest city in the ancient Mediterranean, heir to a dynasty and a complication both, a living proof of the alliance between Egypt and Rome that Cleopatra had engineered from the inside of a linen bundle carried through a palace corridor. She held him in the light of an Alexandrian morning, and understood, with the clarity that particular kinds of exhaustion bring, what she had accomplished in the 14 months since she had landed quietly on the dark shoreline with nothing but her nerve and her intellect, and her absolute refusal to accept the terms her enemies had imposed upon her. She had her throne. She had her city. She had an heir. She had the most powerful patron in the Roman world. She had survived the siege of Alexandria, and the treachery of her siblings, and the 100 small disasters that had gathered between the autumn of 48 BC and this moment, this morning, this child. Outside the palace windows, Alexandria moved and breathed and argued and traded and prayed, its enormous multilingual population carrying on the business of being the greatest city in the world, with the cheerful indifference to history that cities always manage, even when history is being made inside them. The harbor was clear of burned ships now, or nearly so, the water catching the early light the way the Nile always catches light in Egypt, as though the river itself is slightly luminous, as though it remembers the sun even in shadow. Cleopatra had once been carried into this palace in a bundle, in the dark, with nothing guaranteed and everything at stake. Now she walked its corridors as their undisputed owner, her son in her arms, her legions at her gates, her mind already moving forward into the next chapter of the story she was writing, because Cleopatra in the end was always already thinking about what came next. That was the quality that made her dangerous, and brilliant, and ultimately irreplaceable. Not just the courage to survive the present crisis, but the imagination to see past it. Not just the intelligence to understand the world as it was, but the will to reach for the world as it might be. The desert wind carried everything in Egypt. And now it carried, rising from the palace of Alexandria in the early light of a morning in 47 BC, something that had not been present 12 months before. The sound of a child. The quiet, insistent, demanding sound of a future. Chapter 4, Queen Regnant of Egypt, 47 BC to 44 BC. It did this every year, as it had done for 3,000 years before Cleopatra VII Philopator was born, and as it would do for 3,000 years after the last stone of her dynasty had crumbled into the desert sand. The river did not care for queens or generals, for civil wars or the ambitions of men. It rose because the rains came down from the mountains of the interior, because the sky in distant lands opened and poured itself southward, and because Egypt, ancient, stubborn, inexhaustible Egypt, needed feeding. The black silt would come. The fields would drink. The people would eat. And whatever had happened in the palace corridors, whatever blood had been spilled or loyalty broken or throne stolen by a scheming sibling, the Nile rose just the same. Cleopatra stood at the window of the royal quarters in Alexandria and watched the water. She was 23 years old. She had spent nearly 2 years in exile, driven from her own palace by her younger brother and the advisors who pulled his strings like a puppeteer working through silk. She had fought her way back not with the weapons of armies alone, but with something more precise, with timing, with nerve, with the extraordinary calculus of a mind that understood power not as a thing one simply possessed, but as a current one must learn to ride. Julius Caesar had come to Alexandria chasing a dead man, and she had made herself indispensable to him. She had wagered everything on one night, one audience, one meeting, and she had won. Now she was queen again. The court had reorganized itself around her, with the fluid obedience of water, finding a new channel. Those who had served Ptolemy XIII, her brother, her enemy, the boy king who had tried to have her destroyed, now bowed to her with the same practiced deference they had offered him. The advisors who had conspired against her, men like Pothinus with his oiled voice and his talent for manipulation, were dead. Caesar had seen to Pothinus. The war that followed, the brutal street-by-street fighting in Alexandria that historians would eventually call the Alexandrian War, had consumed months and lives and a portion of the Great Library's contents when fire spread along the harbor. And at the end of it, Ptolemy XIII had drowned in the Nile, pulled down by the weight of his own golden armor as he fled the battlefield. She had not mourned him. She had mourned the waste of it, the waste of years and blood and the energy of a kingdom that should have been building, not burning. Egyptian custom and Ptolemaic law required that she rule alongside a male co-regent. Her dynasty had always maintained the fiction of shared rule, even when the reality was otherwise. And so she took her youngest brother, the 11-year-old Ptolemy XIV, and made him her nominal consort. He would reign in name. She would reign in fact. The boy was young enough to be manageable, old enough to serve as symbol, and wise enough, even at 11, to understand the arrangement into which he had been placed. He played his ceremonial role with reasonable grace, and Cleopatra governed. She governed fiercely, and she governed well. The administrative machinery of Egypt was vast and ancient and precise. It had been running for millennia before the Ptolemies arrived, and it would require careful attention to keep it functioning in the aftermath of civil war. The granaries needed to be assessed. The tax records, disrupted during the fighting, needed reconciliation. The temples were not merely places of worship, but economic entities of tremendous consequence, landlords and employers and centers of agricultural organization, needed reassurance that the crown respected their privileges and would honor the agreements her predecessors had made. Cleopatra did something that almost no Ptolemy before her had done. She learned Egyptian. Not merely the spoken demotic that her subjects used in the markets and along the river, but the sacred script, the hieroglyphic language of the temples, the tongue of Isis and Osiris, and the ancient compact between ruler and divine. She had already mastered it years before coming to power, studying with a dedication that her tutors had found remarkable in a child, and that her enemies would find dangerous in a queen. When she entered the temples, she did not speak through interpreters. She spoke herself in the language of the gods, and the priests looked at her not as a foreign Greek who happened to sit on an Egyptian throne, but as something closer to what she claimed to be, the living embodiment of Isis, the goddess made flesh, the divine mother of the two lands. This was not simply theology. It was administration. It was diplomacy of the highest domestic order. The priests controlled enormous swathes of Egyptian life. Their cooperation was essential to the functioning of the state. And Cleopatra understood that cooperation given freely, given because of genuine reverence and cultural recognition, was worth 10 times the cooperation extracted by compulsion. She invested in the temples. She commissioned construction. She had herself depicted in the traditional Egyptian style on temple walls, not in the Greek manner, not as a Hellenistic queen in a flowing peplos, but in the ancient flat-profile iconography, wearing the double crown, offering to the gods in the old ways, occupying the old roles. The image she projected was deliberate and total. She was not a Greek ruling Egypt. She was Egypt, wearing a Greek name. And yet she was also entirely Greek, entirely Alexandrian, entirely at home in the cosmopolitan intellectual world of a city that contained the greatest library ever assembled, the finest scholars of the Mediterranean world, philosophers and mathematicians and astronomers and physicians who had come from every corner of the known world to work in the light of Alexandrian learning. She held court in Greek. She corresponded in Greek. She read Homer for pleasure. She understood Thucydides. She could debate philosophy in the tradition of Plato, and could discuss astronomical theory with the scholars at the Mouseion, with the easy authority of someone who had been reading difficult texts since childhood. She was multiple things simultaneously, and she moved between those multiplicities without apparent effort, which was itself a kind of genius that her enemies consistently failed to appreciate until it was too late. Caesar remained in Alexandria longer than any Roman general in his position ought to have stayed. Rome needed him. There were wars still to be fought, provinces to be settled, a republic or what remained of it to be organized. His lieutenant Mark Antony was managing things in his absence with varying degrees of success, and the letters that arrived by fast ship from Italy carried the muted urgency of men who needed their general and did not quite dare say so directly. But Caesar stayed. He stayed in part because he was recovering from the Alexandrian War, because the city itself was a marvel he had not expected, because the intellectual life of Alexandria was genuinely stimulating to a man who wrote his own military memoirs with considerable literary care, and who had opinions about astronomy and the calendar that he would eventually act upon with lasting consequence. He stayed because governing Egypt from within its capital was strategically sensible. Rome's interests in the region required a settled, friendly Egypt, and being physically present was the most efficient way to ensure that settlement. And he stayed because of Cleopatra. Their relationship was not simple to categorize by the standards of any culture, Roman or Egyptian or Greek. She was a queen, and he was a general, and between them there existed a genuine meeting of minds that operated alongside whatever else passed between them in private. Caesar was 52 years old to her 23, and he had known many women, and had a wife in Rome, and had no intention, as far as anyone could discern, of making any of this uncomplicated. But he was also a man who recognized intelligence when he encountered it, who had spent his career making rapid assessments of the people around him, and who understood that Cleopatra VII was not an ordinary creature by any standard of measurement he possessed. They traveled together up the Nile. This journey, Caesar, Cleopatra, a flotilla of royal vessels, an escort of Roman soldiers and Egyptian courtiers, became one of the legendary images of the ancient world, though most of what was later written about it was embellishment layered upon embellishment, until the original facts were nearly inaccessible. What is certain is that they traveled together for some substantial portion of the river's length, moving south through the agricultural heartland of Egypt, through the zones of black silt and green field, past the temple complexes that rose from the riverbanks like the concentrated dreams of a civilization, past villages where people came to the water's edge to watch the royal ships pass. Caesar was seeing Egypt for the first time with Egyptian eyes, or as close to Egyptian eyes as a Roman could come, with a guide who knew every temple and every god and every story encoded in the stone carvings that rose in the warm light above the river. What Caesar made of it privately is not recorded. What Cleopatra made of it was this: she was showing Rome what Egypt was. She was showing the most powerful man in the world the depth and age and weight of what she ruled. She was not supplicating. She was not performing gratitude. She was demonstrating value, her own and her kingdom's, in the most vivid possible terms. The Nile showed them everything. It showed them the farms that fed not only Egypt, but much of the Mediterranean world. It showed them the organizational genius of a civilization that had been engineering the management of a vast river for 3,000 years before Rome had learned to write. It showed them the temples at Dendera, at Edfu, at Kom Ombo, rising from the stone in the dry heat, painted in colors that had not faded in centuries, carved with images of gods who had been worshipped since before any ancestor of Caesar's could be traced. Cleopatra walked through those temples, with the easy authority of someone who belonged there. And Caesar, for all his Roman pride and his generals' confidence, understood that he was in the presence of something very old and very serious, and that the woman beside him was not merely beautiful or clever or politically useful, but was genuinely extraordinary in a way that the word extraordinary barely contained. She was pregnant when he finally left Egypt. The timing of her pregnancy has been the subject of centuries of historical debate, and the truth is that certainty on the question is impossible at this remove. What is known is that in the summer of 47 BC, after Caesar had departed for the eastern campaigns that would carry him to Asia Minor, and the famous dispatch that read simply, "I came, I saw, I conquered," Cleopatra gave birth to a son. She named him Ptolemy Caesar. The people of Alexandria, who had their own relationship with naming, who had always given their rulers the nicknames that stuck regardless of official titles, called him something simpler and more direct. They called him Caesarion, Little Caesar. The name was affectionate and political in equal measure, and it would follow him for the rest of his short life. Cleopatra presented Caesarion to her subjects, in the manner of an Egyptian ruler presenting the heir, with ceremony, and with the full apparatus of religious interpretation that the Ptolemaic monarchy had perfected over generations. He was her son. He was the son of the most powerful man in the world. He was, in the tradition of Egyptian divine kingship, the child of a goddess, Cleopatra in her aspect as Isis, Caesarion as the new Horus, the divine child born of divine union, destined for divine rule. The imagery was ancient and it was precise, and it said exactly what she needed it to say. This child is legitimate. This child is sacred. This child carries the authority of heaven and of Rome simultaneously. Whether Caesar acknowledged him publicly and explicitly as his own son was and remains a complicated question. Roman law and Roman social convention, on the question of children born to foreign queens by Roman generals, did not provide a simple answer. Caesar had a wife in Rome. He had no legitimate sons. The question of his heir was enormously consequential, and he was not, by temperament, a man who moved quickly on questions of enormous consequence without being reasonably certain of the outcome. He would not have denied paternity, because denial would have been both dishonest and strategically foolish. But full, formal Roman legal acknowledgement was a different matter, weighted with implications that extended far beyond the personal. Cleopatra did not wait for Caesar's public acknowledgement to raise her son as a prince of Egypt and a future king. She was a Ptolemy, which meant she understood that power, once claimed, had to be performed continuously and thoroughly, and she performed Caesarian's status with full conviction from the moment of his birth. He would be king. She intended it. She had shaped the conditions for it with extraordinary care, and she was not inclined to let Roman legal ambiguity interfere with what she had already decided. She governed Egypt in these years with a competence that the historical record, sparse and filtered through mostly Roman sources who had little interest in acknowledging Egyptian achievement, nonetheless preserves in fragmentary form. The papyri that survive from this period, administrative documents, tax records, temple inscriptions, personal letters, show a functioning state, a managed economy, an agricultural system operating at reasonable efficiency despite the disruptions of the recent civil war. The famine that threatened in the early months of her restored reign, when the Nile's flooding was insufficient, was managed through careful distribution of stored grain, a crisis navigated without the catastrophe that had destroyed earlier regimes facing similar conditions. She was also watching Rome. Egypt did not exist in isolation. It never had. The Mediterranean world of the 1st century before the Common Era was a system of interconnected power and trade and political relationship, and Egypt, wealthy beyond almost any other territory, producer of grain that fed cities across the sea, holder of the accumulated gold of the Ptolemaic dynasty, was always at the center of other people's calculations. Rome was the dominant force in this system, and Rome was in turmoil. Caesar had crossed the Rubicon 4 years earlier, and had transformed the Republic in ways that could not be undone. The old senatorial class, the men who had made the Republic function as an aristocratic balancing act for centuries, were frightened and angry, and increasingly desperate. Cleopatra followed all of this through letters, and through the reports of agents and merchants and diplomats, who moved through the networks of the Mediterranean. She understood that her relationship with Caesar was an asset of enormous value, not because she was naive about the transience of personal affections, but because Caesar's position in Rome gave Egypt a form of protection and access that no treaty alone could provide. As long as Caesar held power in Rome, Egypt was safe from the kind of predatory Roman attention that had consumed other kingdoms in the East. She also understood that Caesar's power was not permanent. No power was permanent. The Republic was grinding against itself, the old order fighting the new in ways that were not yet resolved, and the question of what Rome would look like in 10 years, whether it would be a dictatorship, an oligarchy, a military monarchy, was not a question anyone could answer with confidence. Cleopatra watched and calculated and prepared, because preparation was the only sensible response to uncertainty on this scale. In 46 BC, Caesar sent for her. He had completed his eastern campaigns. He had returned to Rome. He had celebrated 4 triumphs, for Gaul, for Egypt, for Pontus, for Africa, in a display of Roman military achievement that lasted days, and that the city turned out to witness in enormous numbers. He was at the height of his power, appointed dictator for 10 years, reorganizing the machinery of the Roman state with the systematic energy that characterized everything he did. And he wanted Cleopatra in Rome. She came. She came with Caesarion, with her nominal co-ruler Ptolemy XIV, with a court appropriate to her status, with the gold and gifts and diplomatic apparatus of the Ptolemaic monarchy. She installed herself in Caesar's villa across the Tiber, in the lavish estate called the Horti Caesaris that stood in the gardens on the river's right bank, just outside the formal boundaries of the city itself. This placement was significant. Roman law prohibited foreign monarchs from residing within the city proper, and Caesar was observing the form while providing the reality. Cleopatra was present, visible, accessible, formally housed in his own property, unmistakably under his protection. Rome watched her arrival, with a mixture of fascination and unease that no Roman source felt any obligation to describe charitably. She was everything that Roman tradition was supposed to reject: foreign, powerful in her own right, a woman who governed without a husband's authority, a queen of the Oriental type that Roman political philosophy had always identified as the antithesis of republican virtue. Cicero, who was watching all of this from the position of a man who had understood too late that the republic he loved was no longer capable of saving itself, despised her. His letters mention her with a contempt that is too sharp to be casual, the contempt of a man who found her both alarming and, though he would never have admitted it, impressive. She gave him cause to be alarmed. She was not in Rome as a supplicant. She was not there to beg Roman protection, or to flatter Roman vanity. She was there as a monarch meeting a monarch, a head of state in consultation with another head of state, and she conducted herself accordingly. She held her own court in Caesar's villa. She received visitors. She engaged with Roman intellectual life, the philosophers and astronomers and engineers, who were drawn to the greatest city in the world. She was seen with Caesar in public. She was, in short, a visible and unapologetic presence at the center of Roman power. Caesar had placed her statue in the Temple of Venus Genetrix, the shrine he had built to the divine ancestor from whom his family claimed descent. Placing her image there, the Egyptian queen, dressed in the iconography of Isis set among the sacred images of Rome's own religious tradition, was an act of astonishing political and cultural ambition. It said something about how Caesar understood the emerging order of the world, an order in which the boundaries between Rome and the East, between republic and monarchy, between Roman tradition and Hellenistic culture, were being renegotiated in real time. Cleopatra in the Temple of Venus, foreign queen among Roman gods, divine stranger installed at the heart of the Roman sacred. The city talked about little else. She was in Rome for approximately 2 years, living in this strange suspended position, enormously powerful by any external measure, constrained by the protocols of Roman law and Roman social expectation, dependent in certain crucial ways on Caesar's protection and will, but also conducting herself with a self-possession that never suggested dependency. She was learning Rome the way she had learned everything else, thoroughly, from the inside, with the accumulated intelligence of a woman who had understood from girlhood that knowledge was the only reliable foundation of power. She was also watching Caesar navigate the increasingly treacherous currents of Roman politics. The question of the Republic, the question of how much power one man could hold before the accumulated weight of Roman tradition crushed him under the pressure of aristocratic resistance, was approaching a crisis. Caesar knew it. He was by temperament a man who thought he could outrun most crises through sheer forward momentum, through the accumulation of so many accomplished facts that reversal became practically impossible. He was reorganizing the calendar, the Julian calendar, the 365-day structure that the Western world would use for the next 15 centuries, was his work, completed in these years, a practical and intellectual achievement of the first order. He was reforming the grain dole, and the debt laws and the composition of the Senate, and the administration of the provinces, moving through the institutions of the Republic, with the focused energy of someone who understood that he had a limited window. The window was closing. In the early months of 44 BC, the conspirators, and there were many of them, men of the old senatorial class who had accepted Caesar's pardons and his honors and his appointments, and who had nonetheless concluded that he was a threat to everything Rome was supposed to be, were moving toward action. The plans were being made in whispered conversations, in night meetings, in the careful coordination of men who understood that they had one chance and could not afford to fail. Cleopatra may have known. Certainly, the rumors that circulated through Rome would have reached her. The intelligence networks, she maintained, the agents and merchants and informants who fed information to the Ptolemaic court, would have been filtering the same atmosphere of conspiracy and tension that everyone in Rome could feel by early 44 BC. But what she knew precisely, and what she communicated to Caesar, and whether Caesar took whatever warnings he received seriously, all of this is beyond recovery. What she knew was that something was breaking. She could feel it in the quality of the city's attention, in the way conversations shifted when she appeared, in the muted urgency of the messages that passed through Caesar's household. Rome had a particular mood in these weeks, the mood of a city holding its breath, waiting for a catastrophe that everyone could sense and no one could prevent. On the 15th of March 44 BC, the Ides of March, a date that would echo through centuries of Western culture until it became synonymous with betrayal itself, Julius Caesar was assassinated on the floor of the theater of Pompeii, stabbed 23 times by the men who believed they were saving the Republic. He was 60 years old. He had remade the Roman world. He had crossed the Rubicon, and crossed the Channel, and marched his legions to places no Roman general had ever reached. He had written his own history, with the lucid, controlled precision of a man who understood that narrative was another form of power. He had fallen in love, if that is the right word, with the Queen of Egypt, and had installed her statue among the gods of Rome, and had perhaps acknowledged in some private and irretrievable way that the child she had borne him was his. And now he was dead on the marble floor, wrapped in his toga, while the conspirators raised their bloodied hands to the Senate and declared that Rome was free. Cleopatra was in Caesar's villa, across the Tiber when the news came. We do not know exactly how she received it, or what she said, or who told her first, because no source thought to record the private moment of a foreign queen hearing that the man who had restored her throne, and fathered her child and placed her statue among the gods was dead. The sources are occupied with Roman reactions, the panic in the streets, the confusion of the Senate, the response of Mark Antony, the reading of Caesar's will, the extraordinary political theater of the days that followed. Cleopatra was already calculating. She had to leave Rome. That much was immediately clear. Without Caesar, she had no protection in a city that had never entirely welcomed her, and that was now convulsing in the aftermath of political assassination. The men who had killed Caesar were not her allies. The men who had supported Caesar were in disarray. The situation in Rome was volatile in a way that made it genuinely dangerous for a foreign queen without the cover of a patron, and Cleopatra, whatever grief she carried, whatever personal devastation the news contained, was not a woman who allowed grief to prevent clear thinking. She needed to go home. She needed to go home and secure Egypt and secure her son's position, and wait to see what emerged from the catastrophic chaos that Caesar's death had unleashed on the Roman world. Because something would emerge. Rome was too large and too powerful, and too full of ambitious men to remain leaderless for long. The Republic was not coming back. She understood this with a clarity that perhaps even some Romans lacked. The question was not whether Rome would be governed by one man or several men, but which men, and in what arrangement and with what consequences for Egypt. She sailed from Italy in the spring of 44 BC, taking Caesarion with her, leaving behind the city that had watched her with suspicious fascination for 2 years, returning to the Nile, to the palace at Alexandria, to the throne that was hers. The Nile would be rising again. She stood at the prow of the royal vessel, as it moved south through the green waters of the Mediterranean, watching the horizon, thinking. The water ahead of her was the color of hammered copper in the late afternoon light, and the sky above it was enormous, and clear, and utterly indifferent to the affairs of queens and generals and republics in their final hours. She was 26 years old. She had been a queen in exile, and a queen restored. She had navigated the deadliest game in the world, and had survived it. She had borne a son, who carried the blood of the greatest general Rome had ever produced. She had sat at the center of Roman power, and had watched it from the inside, understanding its mechanisms and its vulnerabilities with the patient precision of a woman who had been preparing for exactly this kind of understanding since childhood. And now the man who had been the keystone of her strategy was gone, and she would have to build again. The sea moved under the ship. The horizon did not answer. The sun continued its indifferent arc toward the western water, burning as it always burned, knowing nothing of the extraordinary woman who watched it from the prow of a Ptolemaic royal vessel, carrying her son home through the ancient water, already thinking about what came next. She was always thinking about what came next. Egypt was waiting for her, as it always waited, patient, enormous, ancient beyond the reach of any single human life, fed by the black silt of the river, governed by the logic of flood and harvest and the long calendar of the gods. She would return to it, and it would receive her, as it always did, with the impassive permanence of a land that had watched dynasties rise and fall for 3,000 years, and had learned to wait out everything. She would not give it cause to wait out her. Chapter 5. The Ides of March and Escape, 44 BC to 41 BC. The morning of the 15th of March, in the year 44 before the Common Era began like any other morning in Rome. The light came slowly, filtered through the gauze of low clouds that had settled over the Tiber during the night, and the city stirred with its usual restless energy, the creak of cartwheels on stone, the bark of vendors setting up along the forum's edges, the distant sound of water pouring through the aqueducts into the public basins below the Capitoline Hill. In the villa across the Tiber, in the gardens of the Janiculum where she had lived these past years as Caesar's honored guest, Cleopatra rose before the sun had fully cleared the hills. She did not sleep deeply in Rome. She never had. The city was magnificent and relentless, and it watched her the way a crowd watches a foreign queen, with fascination edged in hostility. She would have gone about the rituals of her mourning, the way she always did. The application of kohl around the dark eyes. The careful draping of fine linen. The consultation with her advisers, her brother-husband Ptolemy XIV, somewhere in the villa's quieter chambers, a political fiction rather than a true partner, a child she managed with the patience of a ruler who understood that power wore many faces. She would have reviewed correspondence from Alexandria, her mind already divided between the city in which she stood, and the one she ruled across the sea. She had always lived in this bifurcated state, part of her anchored to the Nile, and part of her navigating whatever foreign shore necessity had placed beneath her feet. What she did not know, as the morning light shifted and Rome went about its business, was that across the city in the theater of Pompey, where the Senate had gathered because repairs were still underway on the Curia, a group of men had gathered with iron concealed beneath their togas. 23 senators or thereabouts. The historical record blurs the precise number with the fog of its own horror, had agreed among themselves that the Republic could only be saved by the death of the man who had effectively ended it. Gaius Julius Caesar, Dictator Perpetuus, the title itself a kind of violence against everything Rome claimed to believe about itself, walked into that chamber with the morning's ordinary confidence, and did not walk back out. The knives rose and fell. 23 wounds, according to the physician who later examined the body. Some of the conspirators struck bone and drew no blood. Some drew blood and struck nothing vital. Only one wound, Anticius the doctor would later conclude, was truly fatal, a single thrust beneath the left shoulder that reached the heart. But the symbolism of collective guilt was the point. Each man who drove a blade into Caesar's body was bound to every other. This was not an assassination. It was, in the minds of those who carried it out, an act of civic restoration, the Republic reclaiming itself from the man who had named himself its permanent master. Caesar fell at the base of Pompey's statue. The blood pooled across the marble floor, dark and arterial and impossibly final. Rome convulsed. The senators fled through the doors into the streets, some still holding their bloodied blades. The crowds who had gathered outside scattered. The city locked itself behind its doors. Rumor moved faster than truth, as it always does in moments of catastrophe, and within hours the entire capital was saturated with fear and uncertainty. Who had done this? What came next? Was this the beginning of something, or the end? Cleopatra learned of it the way she learned of most things in Rome, through her network of informants, through the whispers that reached even the relative remove of her Janiculum villa. The precise moment of her discovery is lost to us. We do not have a letter she wrote in those first hours, no eyewitness account of how her expression changed or what she said when the news arrived. What we have is the logic of her position, and that logic tells us everything we need to know about what she felt. Everything she had built in Rome was built on Caesar. Not merely her personal alliance with him, not merely Caesarion, the 3-year-old boy sleeping somewhere in the villa who carried Caesar's blood, and whom Cleopatra had been quietly, persistently positioning as the future of both Egypt and Rome. It was the entire architecture of her kingdom's safety. Egypt's independence from Roman annexation rested on Caesar's protection. Her own security in Rome rested on Caesar's name. The treaties, the diplomatic recognitions, the careful cultivation of Roman legitimacy that she had worked to construct across 2 years, all of it ran through a single living man, and that man was now lying dead on a marble floor with 23 holes in his body. She was 25 years old, and she had just watched the floor fall away beneath her feet. There is a particular kind of intelligence that expresses itself most fully under pressure, that does not freeze or dissolve into grief when catastrophe arrives but rather accelerates, begins calculating faster than ordinary circumstances ever demand. Cleopatra possessed this intelligence in extraordinary measure. She had survived the loss of her throne once before. She had talked her way past Caesar's guards wrapped in a linen sack. She had navigated the treacherous politics of a royal court that had already tried to kill her. She understood, perhaps better than almost any other political mind alive in that moment, that survival was not a passive condition. It was a practice. It required action, and action required clarity, and clarity required suppressing the panic long enough to see the situation as it actually was. What the situation actually was, stripped to its essentials, was this. Rome was now without a clear master. The conspiracy that had killed Caesar was large enough to suggest genuine senatorial opposition, but not large enough, and not organized enough, to constitute a new governing power. Brutus and Cassius and the others had planned the assassination with apparent precision, but had made no plan whatsoever for what came after. A catastrophic failure of political imagination that would eventually cost them everything. Meanwhile, Caesar's lieutenant and closest ally, the formidable and unpredictable Mark Antony, was alive and furious, and already moving to consolidate whatever position he could claim in the chaos. Caesar's adopted heir, the 18-year-old Gaius Octavian, was in Apollonia studying, and would not yet know what had happened to the man he called his father. The power structure of Rome had not simply been altered. It had been vaporized. And in the space where it had stood, ambitious men would fight. Egypt could not afford to be caught inside that fight. This is the calculation that drove everything Cleopatra did, in the weeks that followed. Not panic, not grief, though grief was surely there beneath the surface. Calculation. Cold, brilliant, necessary calculation. Rome was about to turn on itself, and a queen, standing in the middle of it with a child who was Caesar's son, was not a dignified neutral party. She was a target. For the conspirators, who had killed Caesar in part because of what they perceived as his monarchical ambitions, Cleopatra represented everything they had set their knives against. The foreign queen, the Eastern influence, the living embodiment of what Rome might become if its greatest man had lived long enough to realize his alleged dreams of kingship. For Caesar's allies, she was a complication, a reminder of the dead man's personal life that complicated the clean narrative of martyrdom and succession they needed to build. She had to go. The decision to leave Rome was not a retreat in the emotional sense. It was a tactical withdrawal of the highest order. Every day she remained in the city was a day she exposed herself and her son to the volatile energies of Roman politics, in its most unstable moment in a generation. Every day she remained was a day she could not be in Alexandria, managing the kingdom that actually required her presence and her authority. The Nile, which had failed to flood at full measure the previous years, had left Egypt's granaries thinner than she would have liked. The agricultural cycle that fed her people and funded her treasury, and provided the vast stores of grain that made Egypt indispensable to Rome, that cycle required her attention, required her physical presence in a way that a diplomatic mission to Rome never had. She gathered her household. She prepared for the journey. She moved through the logistics of departure with the quiet efficiency of someone who had spent a lifetime understanding that circumstances could change without warning, and that the ability to move quickly was its own form of power. She sailed from Italy in the spring or early summer of 44, before the Common Era. The records are imprecise on the exact timing, and as the Italian coast receded behind her ship and the open Mediterranean spread before her, she carried with her a child, a kingdom's worth of responsibilities, and a situation that had no obvious solution. Caesar was dead. The protector was gone. Egypt was on its own. But Egypt was never truly on its own when Cleopatra was its queen. The voyage back to Alexandria would have taken weeks, the ship moving through the same waters that connected the ancient world's most significant powers, past the islands of Greece, along the coast of Asia Minor, southward, toward the flat Egyptian shore where the great city Caesar had once stood in and admired waited for her return. The sea in this season could be cooperative or violent. The Mediterranean respected no one's politics. But she arrived. She always arrived. Alexandria in 44 before the Common Era was still one of the most magnificent cities in the world, rivaling Rome in its grandeur, surpassing most of it in its intellectual ambition. The Great Library, though it had suffered in the fires of Caesar's Alexandrian War, retained enough of its character to remain the beating intellectual heart of the known world. The Mouseion, the institution of scholars and philosophers attached to the library, still drew the finest minds from across the Mediterranean and beyond. The harbor, with its famous lighthouse, the Pharos, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, received ships from every corner of the trading world, their holds packed with goods that flowed through Alexandria the way blood flows through a living body. But magnificence does not feed people, and the problem that faced Cleopatra upon her return was elemental and urgent. The Nile had not cooperated. The flooding of the Nile was not merely an agricultural event. It was the mechanism upon which Egyptian civilization had operated for 3,000 years. The annual inundation deposited the rich black silt that made the Nile Delta among the most fertile agricultural land on earth, and when the flood came at the right level, at the right time, Egypt prospered. When it came too low, the fields did not receive enough silt and moisture. When it came too high, it destroyed rather than nourished. For several consecutive years in the mid-40s before the Common Era, the flood had been inadequate, and the cumulative effect on Egypt's granaries was severe. Famine, or something approaching it, was a real possibility in the countryside. The peasant farmers of the Nile Valley, the backbone of Egyptian agriculture, the people whose labor produced the surplus that funded every other aspect of Egyptian civilization, were suffering. The tax revenues that flowed from agricultural productivity to the royal treasury were diminished. The grain stores that Cleopatra could offer to Rome, as part of the diplomatic currency that kept Egypt in good standing, those stores were thinner than she needed them to be. Managing a famine crisis, while simultaneously navigating the aftermath of Roman political catastrophe, was the reality of Cleopatra's life, in the years between 44 and 41 before the Common Era. These are years that history sometimes glosses over in its eagerness to reach the grand theatre of her relationship with Antony, but they were years that tested her administrative genius as severely as any dramatic moment in her life. She instituted programs to redirect food resources from areas of surplus to areas of deficit within the kingdom. She managed the price of grain with careful attention to the social stability that price instability could undermine. She worked to maintain Egypt's complex irrigation systems, the network of canals and floodgates and levees that had been engineered over centuries to maximize the agricultural yield of the Nile's waters. She also, with the cool pragmatism that never left her, had her younger brother and co-ruler Ptolemy XIV killed. The timing of this act, which took place sometime in 44 before the Common Era, is generally placed in the period shortly after her return from Rome. The historical sources are sparse on the details, as they tend to be when Ptolemaic family violence is involved. There was so much of it that it almost became background noise in the historical record. What we know is that Ptolemy XIV, perhaps 14 years old at the time of his death, was eliminated as a political rival, and replaced by Cleopatra's son Caesarion as co-ruler. The boy was renamed Ptolemy XV Caesar, and his formal elevation to the throne served a double purpose. It secured the succession, and it elevated the profile of Caesar's blood in the Ptolemaic line, at precisely the moment when Caesar's legacy was being furiously contested in Rome. This was not sentiment. This was policy. Cleopatra's decision-making in these years was ruthlessly focused on the survival and stability of her kingdom, and within that framework, a teenage brother who might become a rallying point for opposition was a liability she could not afford. The Ptolemaic tradition, brutal as it was, accepted this logic without flinching. Cleopatra was her dynasty's daughter in every sense. In Rome, meanwhile, the situation was evolving with the speed and violence that she had predicted. The conspirators, Brutus and Cassius chief among them, had made their speeches, and expected Rome to embrace the Republic's restoration with the grateful enthusiasm they imagined the city felt. Instead, Rome gave them Caesar's funeral. Mark Antony stood before the Roman people with Caesar's body, and Caesar's will, and Caesar's bloodied toga, and he spoke with the furious, grieving eloquence of a man who understood that emotion was a more powerful political tool than argument. Whether Shakespeare's version of that speech captures the historical reality, we cannot know with certainty, but the effect of Antony's intervention in those chaotic days is not in doubt. The popular mood in Rome turned against the conspirators with such force that Brutus and Cassius were eventually driven from the city. The 18-year-old Octavian arrived from Apollonia, claimed his inheritance as Caesar's adopted son, and immediately began the complicated, dangerous process of positioning himself as the heir to Caesar's power. Rome had two men who believed they should lead it, and they were circling each other with the careful menace of predators who recognize that the other is also dangerous. Cleopatra watched this from Alexandria. Her intelligence network, the product of years of careful cultivation, kept her informed of the broad strokes of Roman politics even from across the Mediterranean. She understood what was coming. Rome was going to war with itself, a civil war of the kind that consumed everything around it, that made neutrality impossible and alliance dangerous. The Eastern Mediterranean, which was where Brutus and Cassius had retreated to build their forces, was going to become a theater of that war. Egypt, sitting at the eastern end of the Mediterranean with its wealth and its grain stores and its harbor, was going to matter enormously to whichever side needed its resources. Both sides would come asking. The question was how to manage the asking. Brutus and Cassius sent representatives to Cleopatra requesting her support, requesting ships, requesting grain. She delayed. She equivocated. She cited the effects of famine on her kingdom's resources, which was not entirely untrue. She sent a fleet toward the conspirators, or she attempted to, and then reported that storms had damaged her ships, which may or may not have been accurate. What she was doing, with the careful political instinct that had kept her alive through situations that would have destroyed less nimble minds, was buying time while avoiding commitment. She did not know yet which side would prevail. Committing to the wrong side was not merely a diplomatic error. It was potentially a death sentence, for her and for everything she had built. She also more quietly maintained channels toward Antony and Octavian, the Caesarian faction, the men who carried Caesar's legacy forward. This was not merely sentiment for the dead, though the personal dimension of her connection to Caesar was real, and cannot be entirely separated from the political calculation. It was strategic alignment. The Caesarian cause attracted the loyalty of Caesar's veterans, of Rome's military machine, of the popular classes who had loved Caesar with a fervor that his assassins had catastrophically underestimated. If Antony and Octavian managed their alliance, managed their considerable mutual suspicion, and mobilized Rome's military power against the conspirators, they were likely to win. Cleopatra was betting on likely. The years between Caesar's death and the final confrontation at Philippi were years of suspended uncertainty, years in which Cleopatra governed her kingdom, managed her famine crisis, raised her son, and watched Rome from across the water with the patient attention of someone who knows that the storm has not yet reached its height. She built her fleet. She maintained her treasury. She worked to stabilize Egypt's agricultural output, as the Nile's flooding patterns gradually improved. She invested in the infrastructure of her kingdom, in the temples, in the administrative systems, in the relationships with Egyptian priests, who held the spiritual authority that legitimized Ptolemaic rule in the eyes of the native population. She presented herself in Alexandria not as the Greek queen that her ancestry technically made her, but as the embodiment of Isis, the mother goddess of Egyptian tradition, the divine figure who had gathered the scattered pieces of Osiris and restored life to the dead. This was not new. Ptolemaic queens had made this identification before, but Cleopatra pursued it with a depth and sophistication that went beyond the ceremonial. She learned the Egyptian language, the only Ptolemaic ruler to do so in the dynasty's 300-year history. She participated in religious ceremonies, with the conviction of someone who understood that divine authority and political authority were not separate things in the Egyptian mind. She was not merely performing the role of goddess-queen. She was inhabiting it. This matters because it tells us something essential about how Cleopatra understood power. Power for her was not only military or economic, though she was clear-eyed about the importance of both. It was also cultural, spiritual, symbolic. The authority she held over her people rested on multiple foundations simultaneously, and she tended all of them with the attention of a builder who understands that a structure is only as strong as its weakest support. In 42 before the Common Era, the battle that would decide Rome's future was fought at Philippi in Macedonia. Antony and Octavian, their fragile coalition held together by the logic of mutual need and the greater threat of their common enemy, faced the combined forces of Brutus and Cassius across two separate engagements. The first encounter went both ways. The second was decisive. Brutus and Cassius both died, one by suicide, one by the sword, and the cause of the old republic died with them. Rome's civil war had found its verdict, or the first of its verdicts. The conspirators were destroyed. The world that remained after Philippi was divided, imperfectly and unstably, between Antony and Octavian. By agreement, Antony took the east, that vast and wealthy arc of territory that stretched from Greece through Asia Minor and Syria and down toward Egypt's borders. Octavian took the west, Italy and the provinces along the western Mediterranean. It was not a settlement designed to endure. Both men knew it. But it was a settlement that described the immediate reality of their relative power, and within that settlement, Antony emerged as the dominant figure. He had been the greater general at Philippi. His prestige in the eastern Mediterranean was enormous. He was in his early 40s, physically impressive, charismatic in the way that a certain kind of larger-than-life Roman could be charismatic, burning with a vitality that made rooms feel smaller when he entered them. He needed the East's resources to consolidate his position. He needed money and grain and ships, and the cooperation of Eastern kingdoms. He needed Egypt. And so it was that in 41 before the Common Era, Mark Antony sent a summons to Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, requesting her presence at Tarsus in Cilicia to answer for her conduct during the recent war. The question of whether she had adequately supported the Caesarean cause, whether her delays and equivocations had amounted to betrayal, would be settled between them. She was to come and explain herself. The summons must have landed in Alexandria, with a certain weight. Another Roman commander, another powerful man who needed something from Egypt, and was willing to use the leverage of military dominance to get it. Another invitation that was really a command. Another situation in which Cleopatra's kingdom's fate depended on her ability to manage a relationship across the gulf of power that separated Rome and Egypt. But Cleopatra had done this before. She had crossed a harbor in a linen sack to get in front of Caesar before his mood could turn against her. She had survived the loss of her throne and won it back. She had governed through famine and political crisis, and the catastrophic rupture of her kingdom's greatest protector. She was 28 years old, and she had been tested by things that would have broken most men twice her age, and she was still standing, still ruling, still thinking several moves ahead of the situation as most people understood it. She would go to Tarsus. But she would go on her own terms. She would not arrive as a supplicant, answering a Roman summons. She would arrive as a goddess, as a queen, as the embodiment of Egypt's ancient power and Egypt's irreplaceable wealth. She would make the meeting happen on ground of her own creation. She would not walk into Antony's presence. She would require him to come to her. She began to prepare. And in the preparation, in the careful and theatrical engineering of an entrance that history would never forget, the next chapter of her story was already taking shape. The woman who had escaped Rome, in the shadow of Caesar's murder, was not diminished by what she had survived. She was refined by it. What famine and civil war and the long years of watchful waiting had produced, was not a cautious, diminished version of Cleopatra. They had produced something sharper, something more fully itself. The river Sidenus flowed through Tarsus to the sea. On its waters a barge was being outfitted. Purple sails were chosen, silver oars were prepared, and a queen who understood that spectacle was a form of power was deciding exactly how she would allow the most powerful Roman in the East to see her for the very first time. The shadows of the years behind her were real. But so was the splendor of what was coming. Chapter 6, Meeting at Tarsus, 41 BC to 40 BC. The year is 41 before the Common Era. The wars that tore the Roman world apart have finally, at least for a breath, grown quiet. Julius Caesar is 3 years dead, stabbed on the steps of the Senate, his blood pooling on the marble floor of a republic that would never fully recover. In his place the world has been divided, imperfectly, anxiously, between 3 men, Octavian, cold and calculating, holding Rome and the West, Lepidus, minor and forgettable, watching Africa from a distance, and Marcus Antonius, Mark Antony, large, loud, magnetic and dangerous, ruling the East from the trembling edges of Greece to the ancient dust of Mesopotamia. It is Antony who concerns us now. He has summoned Cleopatra to Tarsus, a city in what we now call southern Turkey, a port where the river Sidenus winds its way to the sea. The summons is not gentle. It is a command, dressed in the language of diplomacy. Antony has accused Egypt of supporting Cassius during the civil war, one of the men responsible for Caesar's death, and Cleopatra is expected to come and answer for it. She is expected to arrive as a subordinate, as a client queen, as a woman who must explain herself to the most powerful military commander in the Eastern Mediterranean. She has other plans entirely. Cleopatra is 28 years old. She has been ruling Egypt in one form or another since she was 18. She has survived assassination attempts, a civil war, exile, the death of her greatest protector, and the constant grinding pressure of a court that never trusted her. She has watched Caesar die from the other side of the world, and she has understood, with a clarity that few people in history have ever possessed, that power in this age does not belong to the cautious or the passive. Power is seized. Power is performed. Power is, above all, a kind of theater, and if theater is what the moment demands, then Cleopatra of Egypt will give the world a performance it will remember for 2,000 years. She does not rush to Tarsus. She makes Antony wait. While he sits in the city's public square, holding court, conducting business, presiding over the ordinary machinery of Roman authority, Cleopatra is preparing. She is preparing with the same precision and artistry that she brings to every element of her rule. Her fleet is assembled on the water. Her barge, the royal vessel of Egypt, is transformed into something that no Roman general has ever seen, something that blurs the line between the real and the divine, between a ship and a dream. Let us follow her now, as the day of the meeting arrives. Let us stand on the banks of the Sidenus River, and see what the people of Tarsus see. It is afternoon. The light in this part of the world in late summer falls at a particular angle, golden and heavy, thickening the air with warmth, making the surface of the water shimmer as though the river itself is made of hammered bronze. The people of Tarsus have come out from the city. They always come when something extraordinary is promised, and today the rumors have been extraordinary enough. They line the riverbanks. They crowd the docks. Children have climbed onto walls, and onto the shoulders of their fathers. Old women stand in doorways. Merchants have abandoned their stalls. The city, in a very real sense, has emptied itself toward the water. And then they hear it. Before the barge is visible around the bend of the river, the music arrives. It drifts across the water in waves, the sound of flutes and harps and pipes, playing in harmonies that are strange and sweet, and not entirely of this world. The sound rises above the river noise, above the murmur of the crowd, above the ordinary texture of the day. People go still. Conversations die. Even the children stop their movement and simply listen. Then the smell arrives. Because Cleopatra has ordered that the sails of her barge be soaked in perfume, in myrrh and spikenard and cassia, and as those great purple sails catch the wind coming off the sea, the scent is carried ahead of the ship like an announcement, like the invisible herald of something holy. It reaches the banks before the vessel does, and the crowd breathes it in with a collective, wordless wonder. And then the barge itself comes around the bend of the Sidenus. It is vast. The hull burns with gold, not painted with gold, not decorated with gold, but sheeted and gilded so that the afternoon light catches it and throws it back at the sky in dazzling shifting reflections that make the river seem to be on fire. The great purple sails billow overhead, deep as bruised plums, the color of Roman emperors, the color of blood and royalty. The oars that drive the vessel through the water move in perfect, practiced unison, and they are silver, their blades catching and releasing the river with a rhythmic flash that is almost hypnotic. The music seems to come from within the barge itself, from its very heart, as though the ship is a living instrument being played by invisible hands. On the deck, beneath a canopy embroidered with gold thread that catches the light and scatters it in every direction, lies Cleopatra herself. She is dressed as Aphrodite, the goddess of love. The goddess whom Mark Antony has spent years identifying himself with Dionysus, and Dionysus and Aphrodite are well matched, complementary, two halves of a divine pairing that the Egyptians and the Greeks and everyone who worships both traditions will immediately understand. This is not an accident. Nothing about this moment is an accident. Cleopatra has studied Antony with the same thoroughness that she studied her navigation charts and her languages. She knows what he believes about himself. She knows what he wishes others to believe. She is giving him a mythology, and she is inserting herself into its center. Around her, beautiful boys dressed as cupids fan her with peacock feathers, their movements slow and deliberate, choreographed as carefully as any religious ceremony. On either side of the canopy stand her handmaidens, dressed as sea nymphs, their robes the color of sea foam and deep water, their hair loose and flowing. Some are stationed at the ropes and rigging, performing the work of sailors with an effortless grace that transforms the practical into the ceremonial. The whole ship is a living tableau, a moving painting, a work of art in motion. The crowd on the banks has by now completely lost its voice. There is simply silence, and then gradually, as the barge draws closer and the full reality of what they are seeing settles into their minds, there begins a sound, not cheering exactly, not the roar of a stadium, but something deeper and stranger, the low, awed murmur of people who believe or half believe that they are witnessing something sacred, that a goddess has come to their city, that the boundary between the human and the divine has, for this one afternoon, grown thin and permeable. The word travels from the riverbank into the streets of Tarsus, from the streets into the market, from the market into the public square where Mark Antony is sitting in state, conducting his business, waiting for a client queen who is already rewriting the terms of their meeting. The message that reaches him is not simply that Cleopatra has arrived. The message is that Aphrodite has come to feast with Dionysus for the happiness of Asia. The square around him empties. The ordinary people of Tarsus abandon their business, their errands, their obligations, and they flow toward the river like water seeking the sea, and soon Antony is sitting almost alone, surrounded by empty benches and the litter of an abandoned afternoon, and somewhere on the Sirenus the golden barge moves toward the docks with the unhurried majesty of a celestial body following its appointed path. Antony sends messengers. He is, after all, the most powerful Roman in the East. He has armies. He has the authority of Rome, and the triumvirate behind him. He is not a man who goes to other people. Other people come to him. He sends word to the barge that Cleopatra is invited to dine with him that evening. Cleopatra sends back a reply, and the reply is simple and devastating. She invites Antony to dine with her instead. He accepts. Because of course he accepts. Because even a man of Antony's pride and power and Roman sensibility has his limits, and those limits have been rather precisely located and calculated by the woman on the golden barge. He accepts, and in that acceptance something shifts. Some small but significant transfer of authority occurs, invisible to almost everyone but entirely real, like the moment when a river, flowing for miles in one direction, encounters a new landscape and quietly begins to change its course. That evening, Antony comes to the barge. What he finds there, what every account, however distant and imperfect, has tried and largely failed to fully describe, is a world that Cleopatra has constructed from scratch, a world in which every detail has been considered, in which beauty is so comprehensive and so deliberate that it moves beyond decoration into something almost aggressive. The ship is lit by thousands of lamps, arranged in patterns so intricate that the barge glows against the dark water like a second constellation, its reflection wavering in the river below. The patterns form themselves into circles and squares and stars, cascading light in every direction, so that even from the far bank of the Sirenus, even from the hills above the city, the golden ship burns against the darkness like something supernatural. He steps aboard, and the scent closes around him, the perfume of the sails now mingled with the smell of a feast, roasted meats and honeyed wine, fresh bread and exotic spices brought from the most distant corners of Egypt's trading empire. The tables are laid with silver and gold, with vessels that catch the lamplight and multiply it, with foods arranged not simply to be eaten but to be seen, to be marveled at, to be understood as a demonstration of what Egypt is and what Egypt can provide. They talk. And here is where the performance becomes something else entirely, because Cleopatra is not simply a spectacle. She is not simply a beautiful arrangement of symbols and sensory stimulation. She is one of the most intelligent, most educated, most formidably prepared minds of her age, and when she turns that mind on Mark Antony in the intimate warmth of the lamplight, the effect is something that no amount of gold or perfume could have produced alone. She speaks to him in his own language, Latin, though she is also fluent in Greek, which is the language of the Eastern Mediterranean, the language of scholarship and philosophy and the courts of the Hellenistic kingdoms. But she speaks Latin with him, because she knows that no other foreign ruler does this. Every other king and queen and client monarch, who sits across a table from a Roman commander, communicates through interpreters, and that thin distance, that delay between thought and word and translation, always carries within it the faint implication of subordination. Cleopatra eliminates that distance. She is already across the table, before the conversation begins. She speaks also when the moment calls for it, in Egyptian, in Aramaic, in the languages of the Parthians and the Medes and the peoples of the Nile Delta. She is famous for this, genuinely famous, in a way that was considered remarkable enough to be recorded by those who wrote about her, that she is the first ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty in nearly 3 centuries who has actually learned to speak Egyptian. Her ancestors ruled Egypt from the great city of Alexandria, and conducted all of their business in Greek, treating the ancient language of the Nile and its people as something beneath them, something for priests and farmers and the old temples that still stood in the desert. Cleopatra chose differently. She learned the language of her people, all of her people, and in doing so she became something her predecessors never fully were, an Egyptian queen, not merely a Greek queen who happened to rule Egypt. Antony is a man who likes people. This is one of his great gifts and one of his great weaknesses. He genuinely enjoys human company. He is warm and tactile and socially generous in a way that Roman aristocrats are often trained not to be, and he is susceptible, deeply susceptible to people who are interesting. And Cleopatra, on this evening on the golden barge with the city of Tarsus glowing in the middle distance, is the most interesting person Mark Antony has ever sat across a table from. She does not flatter him. This is perhaps the most remarkable thing. In an age when powerful men are surrounded by flatterers, when every king and general and governor is cushioned at all times by the soft pressure of people telling them what they want to hear, Cleopatra speaks to Antony directly. She debates with him. She challenges his assumptions. She has a wit that is quick and a little sharp, and she uses it on him, and instead of irritating him, it delights him, because men like Antony, men who are genuinely confident, genuinely sure of their own substance, are rarely threatened by intelligence. They are hungry for it. They have spent too long in rooms full of people who are afraid of them. The evening grows late. The lamps burn lower. The food is cleared and replaced, and then cleared again. The music continues somewhere, just at the edge of hearing. The river moves silently beneath them. The city of Tarsus, which has been watching the golden barge with a kind of communal breathlessness all evening, begins slowly to release that breath and settle into sleep. And Antony, who arrived on this barge expecting to conduct a diplomatic interview with a client queen, expecting to hear her explanations and issue his judgments and demonstrate his authority, Antony stays. He stays because he cannot quite bring himself to leave. The next evening the tables are turned, or rather turned and then turned again. Because Cleopatra has asked Antony to host them, and Antony, who is not without his own resources, has done his best, his very genuine best, to provide a dinner worthy of the previous evening. He is called on the full machinery of Roman military hospitality, his cooks, his wine cellars, his silver plate, his officers and their wit and their conversation. He is a good host. He is a generous and easy host. His table is warm, and the wine flows freely and the company is lively. And when the evening is done, when the comparison has been drawn quietly and inevitably by every person in that room, Antony himself is the first to laugh about it. He laughs and Cleopatra laughs with him, and in that shared laughter something else happens, something quieter and more dangerous than any spectacle on the river. They become, for a moment, simply two people who find each other genuinely amusing. He is 42 years old. He is a Roman general, of enormous charisma and somewhat disorganized private life, a man who has been married multiple times, who has been known for his appetites, who carries within him both the magnificent and the reckless in such close proportion that it is sometimes impossible to tell them apart. He has loved women before, not simply used them, but genuinely loved them, in his large and warm and not entirely reliable way. She is 28. She has loved before too, or something close enough to love that the distinction hardly matters. She carried Caesar's child, she sailed with him, she sat in his house in Rome while his wife lived elsewhere, and Roman women whispered about her in language that assumed the worst of her and the least of themselves. She knows what it is to be wanted, and to wonder whether being wanted is the same thing as being valued. But this is different. She can feel the difference, she thinks, in the particular texture of Antony's attention. It is not the attention of a man who wants to possess a kingdom, or who wants to add a famous woman to the catalogue of his accomplishments. It is something more personal, and more uncertain. He looks at her the way people look at things they cannot quite believe are real. The days in Tarsus stretch. There are meetings, formal ones, conducted with all the ceremony that both their positions require. The accusation of Egyptian support for Cassius is addressed. Cleopatra deflects it with skill. Egypt had been in chaos during that period, she explains. Her own throne unstable, her half-sister Arsinoe still a threat, the resources of the kingdom divided and uncertain. What assistance had filtered toward Cassius had been extracted from her country against her will, under conditions of duress. She makes the argument cleanly and without apology, and Antony, who is conducting an argument with someone he is already half in love with, accepts it, because it is not implausible, and because he needs Egypt, and because the woman making the argument is making it with such unassailable composure that doubting her feels somehow like the less reasonable position. They reach agreements. Military ones first, as befits the occasion. Antony will protect Egypt's borders. Egypt will provide Antony with the resources, grain, gold, ships that he needs for his planned campaign against Parthia, the great eastern power that has been a thorn in Rome's side for decades, the kingdom that killed Crassus and still holds Roman battle standards as trophies of that humiliation. These are real agreements, consequential ones, the kind that will shape the politics of the Eastern Mediterranean for years. They are not merely the backdrop to a romance. They are substance. They are the serious business of two serious rulers, finding the terms on which they can work together. But the serious business is not all there is. In the evenings, after the formal meetings are concluded, they are simply together. Antony has brought with him the particular energy he is famous for, his love of feasting, of gaming, of physical sports and competition, of the kind of boisterous, physical, unapologetic enjoyment that Roman aristocrats often affect to look down on while secretly envying. He hunts in the mornings and competes in the afternoons and feasts at night, and finds, somewhere in the compressed intensity of these Tarsus days, that Cleopatra is always slightly ahead of him, that she has already anticipated each mood, each desire, each impulse, and either matched it or gently redirected it towards something even better. She goes with him sometimes on his morning excursions. She rides and rides well, which he respects with a soldier's respect for competence. She watches his competitions with an attention that is clearly genuine and not performed. She has a sharp eye for physical skill, and she is not shy about saying so when it is absent. She plays dice with him, and she is not above cheating, and she is very good at it, and when he catches her at it she doesn't apologize. She laughs and he laughs too, and they both cheat more lavishly for the rest of the game. There is an intimacy building between them that is quite specific to this particular city in this particular season. The intimacy of two powerful people who almost never get to relax, who are both always performing something, a role, a dignity, a function, and who have discovered in each other's company a rare and temporary permission to simply be themselves. Not Antony the triumvir. Not Cleopatra the goddess. Just these two people, in the autumn warmth of Tarsus, finding that they actually like each other in the simplest and most uncomplicated sense of the word. Of course, nothing about their situation is simple. Nothing about it is uncomplicated. Antony is married. He is married to Fulvia, a remarkable woman in her own right, fierce, politically active in a way that Roman women were not supposed to be, already managing his affairs in Rome with a forcefulness that some of his allies admire and many of his enemies resent. Fulvia is in Rome, dealing with Octavian, fighting the political battles that Antony's extended time in the East has left unattended. She is, by all accounts, not a woman to be underestimated, and she is not a woman who will easily forgive what is beginning to happen in Tarsus. But Fulvia is in Rome, and Cleopatra is here, and the particular ethics of the Roman aristocratic marriage, which permits a great deal that we might find difficult to countenance, provide enough cover or enough distance for Antony to tell himself that what is happening is not quite what it appears to be. He would be wrong about that. But the capacity for self-deception is one of the most consistent features of people in the early stages of falling in love, and Antony has never been particularly distinguished by his resistance to it. Cleopatra, for her part, is under no illusions. She is not a romantic in the sentimental sense. She cannot afford to be, and the life she has lived has not trained her toward sentimentality. She knows exactly what Antony represents, the most powerful military force in the Eastern world. The man who controls the fate of Parthia, and therefore of the Eastern trade routes, and therefore of much of what makes Egypt wealthy and secure. The man who, if properly allied with Egypt, could provide the protection and the partnership that would allow her to guarantee the future of her son Caesarion, Caesar's child, the boy she still believes will one day inherit both Egypt and Rome, or at least as much of that dream as history will allow her to preserve. She needs Antony. She needs him in the large political sense, the strategic sense, the sense in which rulers always calculate their relationships with other rulers. But here, in the evenings, in the warm lamplight of the barge, with the river running beneath them, and the city quiet on the banks, and Antony leaning across the table to say something that makes her genuinely, unexpectedly laugh, here, she finds that she may also simply want him. Not as a tool. Not as an instrument of policy. As a person. As the specific, irreplaceable presence of this specific, irreplaceable man. This complicates things considerably. The autumn deepens. The campaign season is coming to an end, and the world that both of them have responsibilities to, the Roman East, the Kingdom of Egypt, the vast and restless machinery of empire and politics and war, is beginning to reassert its claims. Antony has business in Antioch. He has correspondence from Rome that he has been allowing to accumulate, with an irresponsibility that he knows on some level he will eventually have to account for. His lieutenants are becoming, if not quite restless, then at least patient in that very particular way that subordinates are patient when they are waiting for their commander to remember that he is a commander. And Cleopatra has Egypt. She always has Egypt pulling at her like the Nile pulled toward the sea, the weight of 20 million people and 3,000 years of history that have been placed by the accident of birth and the insistence of fate in her hands. Her son is in Alexandria, Caesarion, who is 3 years old and who does not yet understand what his name means and what it will mean for the rest of his life. Her treasury is in Alexandria. Her court is in Alexandria. The priests and merchants and administrators who keep the ancient kingdom running are all in Alexandria, and she needs to be with them, needs to be visible and present and active in the way that rulers must be if they are to remain rulers. And yet, Antony asks her to stay a little longer. He does not phrase it as a request in any formal sense. That would be beneath the dignity of both of them, and they have too much dignity between them to sacrifice it to something so nakedly personal. He phrases it differently. There are matters still to discuss. The details of the Parthian campaign require more careful planning. The question of Egypt's naval contribution to the Eastern Fleet needs resolution. There are a dozen legitimate reasons, respectable reasons, reasons that both of them know are mostly pretexts, and neither of them says so out loud. She stays. And in those additional days, in the particular amber light of a Tarsus autumn that is beginning to think about winter, they cross whatever line remains to be crossed. The political alliance becomes something more. The queen and the general, the Egyptian and the Roman, the goddess and the god, they become, in the most straightforwardly human possible way, two people who are in love, or near enough to it, that the geography of the heart cannot easily distinguish between the two. This is a love that will move armies. A love that will reshape the map of the world, or attempt to. A love that Octavian, cold and strategic and watchful from his position in the West, will eventually weaponize, turning it into the most devastating piece of propaganda in the ancient world's history, the story of a great Roman man undone by an Eastern queen, corrupted by luxury and passion, and the particular poison of a woman who was, according to Octavian's version, simply too foreign, too powerful, too independent to be anything other than a threat. But Octavian is not here. He is in Rome, being careful, and Cleopatra and Antony are in Tarsus being reckless, and the recklessness feels in this moment less like a failing, and more like the only honest response to a world that has demanded from both of them such relentless and exhausting calculation. When Cleopatra finally sails back down the Sidanus, when the golden barge catches the light one last time and rounds the bend of the river and disappears from the view of Tarsus, she takes with her more than diplomatic agreements and military promises. She takes with her a piece of Antony, some essential piece that he will spend the rest of his life trying to recover. And Antony, standing at the water's edge watching the purple sails grow small in the distance, knows, with the particular clarity of a man whose best instincts and worst instincts are thoroughly entangled, that something has changed. That the world, which seemed after Caesar's death to be settling into a new and manageable shape, has shifted again. That whatever happens next, whatever campaigns are won or lost, whatever negotiations are concluded or broken, whatever Rome demands and Egypt provides or refuses, whatever comes next will be different because of these weeks on the river. He is right about that. He has no idea yet how right he is. Cleopatra sails south toward Egypt, toward Alexandria, toward the child who waits for her and the throne that cannot be left unattended for too long. She is 28 years old. She has just changed the course of history on a golden barge, scented with myrrh on a river in southern Turkey, and she has done it with such apparent effortlessness, with such masterful command of every detail and every impression, that it could seem to anyone watching from the outside as though it cost her nothing. It cost her everything. Every piece of preparation, every hour of study, every language she forced herself to master, every court dynamic she learned to navigate, every ounce of nerve she required to hold herself still under the Roman summons and make them wait, to arrive not as a supplicant, but as Aphrodite, to walk into the power of the most formidable Roman in the East and make him feel, by the end of it, that she was the one doing him a favor. That is not effortlessness. That is the most rigorous kind of discipline, the discipline that works so hard to conceal itself, that only the very observant, or the very honest, ever recognize it for what it is. The Nile waits for her. The delta, vast and green and ancient, opened like a palm receiving something precious and long expected. The minarets of Alexandria catch the Mediterranean light. The great harbor, with its lighthouse that is one of the wonders of the world, guides her home across the flat blue water. She has what she came for: a military alliance with the most powerful general in the East, protection for Egypt and for Caesarion, a partner for whatever comes next, whatever wars, whatever politics, whatever dangers this fractured Roman world will produce in the years ahead. And something else. Something less easy to catalogue, less easy to assign a political value to. Something that is not, on any ledger, an asset or a liability, but simply a fact. She has left a piece of herself on the river at Tarsus, somewhere in the warm evenings and the lamplight, and the particular quality of attention that one irreplaceable person pays to another. That piece will not be retrieved. The barge cuts south through the blue water, and Cleopatra stands at the prow, and behind her, growing smaller with every moment, the coast of Asia Minor dissolves into haze. Ahead of her, the coast of Africa solidifies, taking on color and weight and the specific gravity of home. She breathes in the sea air, which smells of salt and distance, and the particular mineral sharpness of deep water. She is thinking about Antony. She is thinking about Egypt. She is thinking, as she always thinks, about her son, and what world she is building for him and whether it will hold. And somewhere in the north, standing at the docks of Tarsus in the slant of an autumn afternoon, Mark Antony is thinking about her. He will come to her. He will always come to her in the end. That is the nature of what began on the Sidenus, not a transaction, not a performance, not simply the meeting of two calculating political minds, but something older and stranger and more ungovernable than any of that. A force that will carry both of them, for better and for worse, through the greatest and most devastating chapter of both their lives. For now, though, there is only the river. The last trace of purple sail against the southern sky. The smell of myrrh fading slowly from the docks of Tarsus, as the afternoon turns toward evening, and the city begins very gradually to return to the ordinary rhythms of its ordinary life, though it will be telling this story for a very, very long time. Chapter 7. The Eastern Empire expands, 40 BC to 34 BC. There is a particular quality to the light that falls over Alexandria in the hours before dawn. It is not yet the full blazing gold of midday, nor the rose-tinged amber of sunset. It is something quieter, more uncertain, a pale silver that moves across the surface of the harbor like a secret being whispered, touching the white marble of the palace colonnades, sliding along the still water, and disappearing before anyone can truly name it. It is the light of a city that has learned to wait. A city that has known empire, and known loss, and known the trembling, breathless space between the two. Cleopatra knew that light well. In the years following Caesar's death, she had lived inside that space, that trembling uncertainty, with a composure that lesser souls would have found impossible to maintain. She had returned to Egypt with her son, young Caesarion, and she had ruled. She had administered grain stores and trade routes, and diplomatic correspondence. She had worn the double crown and spoken the prayers in the old tongue, and sat upon the throne of her ancestors, as though the ground beneath her were solid and sure. But the ground was never entirely solid for a queen whose fate was so thoroughly entangled with the fate of Rome. And Rome in those years had been tearing itself apart. The death of Julius Caesar had not brought peace. It had brought chaos, a churning violent storm of competing ambitions and wounded pride, and rivers of blood shed on battlefields from Macedonia to the gates of Italy itself. Brutus and Cassius, the men who had driven their daggers into Caesar's body on the Ides of March, had found themselves opposed by the forces of Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's young heir. At Philippi, in the autumn of 42 BC, those forces had clashed with a ferocity that shook the Mediterranean world. Brutus and Cassius were defeated. They died by their own hands on that blood-soaked field, and with them died the last serious attempt to restore the old republic in the name of liberty. What remained was not peace. What remained was a Rome divided between the men who had won. Octavian took the west. Antony took the east. And it was toward Egypt, and toward Cleopatra, that Mark Antony now turned his considerable and restless attention. He had summoned her, in the manner of a Roman commander who expects to be obeyed. He had sent word to her at Alexandria, demanding that she appear before him at Tarsus, a city on the southeastern coast of what is now Turkey, to answer questions about her conduct during the recent war, about which side of the conflict she had truly supported, about whether she had given aid to his enemies. It was meant to be an interrogation, a demonstration of Roman authority over an Eastern client queen. It was meant to remind her of her place. Cleopatra had other ideas about her place. She arrived at Tarsus not as a subject summoned to account for herself, but as a goddess descending upon the mortal world. The accounts of that arrival have passed through history for 2,000 years, told and retold with the wonder of people who cannot quite believe what they are describing, and yet cannot bring themselves to diminish it. She came by barge along the river Sidanus, and the barge itself was a work of such extravagant beauty that the imagination strains to hold it. Its stern was plated in gold. Its sails were dyed the deep rich purple of royalty, and they were soaked in perfume, so that the very wind that carried her forward was transformed into something fragrant and intoxicating. The oars were made of silver, and they struck the water in time to music, flutes and pipes and the soft percussion of strings, so that the river itself seemed to move in rhythm with her arrival. She reclined beneath a canopy of cloth of gold, dressed as Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, attended by boys costumed as cupids who fanned her, and by young women dressed as sea nymphs who stood at the helm and at the ropes. Smoke from burning incense drifted across the water, and up into the city, carrying the scent of her arrival before the sight of her. The people of Tarsus came running to the riverbanks. They came in their hundreds and then their thousands, pressing forward to see what was approaching, filling the air with noise and astonishment. Mark Antony was waiting in the marketplace, seated on his tribunal, prepared to receive a queen who owed him an explanation. He found himself waiting alone. The crowd had abandoned him entirely. They had poured out of the city toward the river, leaving the great Roman general sitting in an empty marketplace, attended only by his own guards, with the distant sound of music drifting in from the water. History does not record precisely what expression crossed his face in that moment, but one imagines that it contained at least the beginnings of understanding, an understanding that this was not going to proceed the way he had planned. Cleopatra did not come to Antony. She invited him to come to her. He accepted. That evening, aboard her golden barge, she received him at a banquet of such overwhelming magnificence that even Antony, who was a man accustomed to Roman luxury, and who had spent years in the company of conquerors, was left speechless. The lights alone were extraordinary, arrangements of lamps hung in patterns and configurations that transformed the air into something luminous and dreamlike, casting the faces of the guests in a warm, impossible glow. The food was beyond extravagance. The wine flowed without ceasing. Every surface gleamed. Every detail had been considered, refined, perfected to produce a single overwhelming effect, the sense that one had stepped outside the ordinary world and into something divine. Antony was captivated. He was captivated not only by the spectacle, but by the woman at its center. For Cleopatra was not merely beautiful, though she was striking enough. What captured Mark Antony, what had captured Caesar before him, and what held men in her presence with a quality that went beyond the merely physical, was the totality of her. The intelligence that moved behind her eyes. The voice, described by those who heard it as an instrument of extraordinary range and expressiveness, capable of shifting between languages with effortless grace. The wit, quick and unsparing. The learning, which was genuine and deep. The sense, when in her presence, that one was in conversation with a mind that was operating on more levels simultaneously than most people could perceive. She was playing a long game, always. And she played it brilliantly. That autumn in Tarsus, something was established between them that would define the next decade of Mediterranean history. Whether one calls it love or alliance or mutual necessity, or all three at once, and it was perhaps all three at once, intertwined so thoroughly that no clean separation was possible, it took hold of both of them with a force that neither would fully escape. Antony followed her to Alexandria. He wintered there in 41 and into 40 BC, in a city that dazzled him at every turn. Alexandria was unlike anything in the Roman world. It was cosmopolitan, in a way that Rome itself, for all its conquests, had not yet achieved. A living crossroads of Greek philosophy and Egyptian mysticism and Jewish scholarship and the trade and thought of a dozen other civilizations, all moving together in the streets and the marketplaces and the great library and the lecture halls. The Mausion, the center of learning that housed scholars from across the known world, still operated under royal patronage. Ships from India and Arabia and sub-Saharan Africa docked in the eastern harbor alongside vessels from Greece and Spain and the coasts of Gaul. The air smelled of spice and salt, and the peculiar mineral richness of the Nile. And at the center of it all was Cleopatra, who ruled it with an ease and an authority that she had been cultivating since the age of 18. She and Antony formed what ancient sources describe with genuine amusement as the Society of Inimitable Livers, a circle of companions dedicated to the pursuit of pleasure in its most elaborate and creative forms. They banqueted. They drank. They hunted together in the desert, outside the city. They played games and made wagers and wandered the streets of Alexandria in disguise at night, anonymous in the crowds, laughing at the ordinary life that moved around them. There is something in these stories, something almost tender, that suggests two people who, despite the enormous weight of the roles they were each required to play by day, found in each other's company a rare and genuine respite. A space where the performance could be set aside. But Cleopatra was never entirely without purpose. She was always simultaneously a queen. And she understood, with absolute clarity, what the presence of Mark Antony in her court meant for the future of Egypt, and for the future of her dynasty. By the time Antony was called away, back to Rome, back to the endless machinery of Roman politics, back to the crisis that would force him into a politically necessary marriage with Octavia, the sister of his rival Octavian, Cleopatra was pregnant. She gave birth in 40 BC to twins, a boy and a girl, whom she named Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene. The sun and the moon. Children of the most powerful queen in the eastern Mediterranean, and the most powerful Roman general in the world. Their very names were a statement of ambition, a declaration of what their mother intended for them, and for the world they would inherit. Antony did not see them for some time. He was in Rome, navigating the treacherous currents of a political situation that seemed perpetually on the edge of catastrophe. He was married to Octavia, and for a time, that marriage served its purpose. A fragile bridge of kinship between two men who were, at their core, rivals whose coexistence could only ever be temporary. Octavia was by all accounts a woman of considerable grace and intelligence, and she worked genuinely and earnestly to keep the peace between her brother and her husband. She deserved better than the role history assigned her. But the pull of the East was powerful. The pull of Egypt. The pull of Cleopatra. The years between 40 and 37 BC were years of tension and maneuvering, of treaties made and strained and remade, of a Roman world that could not quite settle into the arrangement that its rulers kept insisting upon. Antony's attention drifted always eastward. His ambitions, which were genuinely imperial in scope, required the resources of the East to be realized. He wanted to do what Caesar had only dreamed of, to conquer Parthia, the great Eastern Empire that lay beyond the Euphrates, to extend Rome's power to the edges of the known world, to achieve the kind of victory that would make his name immortal. For that, he needed Egypt. He needed Cleopatra. In 37 BC, he sent for her. He was at Antioch, on the eastern coast of Syria, assembling the forces for his Parthian campaign. She came to him there, and what was renewed between them in that meeting was something that neither the distance of years nor the political calculations of Roman marriage had managed to extinguish. He acknowledged the twins. He acknowledged his relationship with Cleopatra, in terms that went well beyond the merely diplomatic. And she, for her part, came to him with the full weight of Egypt's resources behind her: grain, timber, shipbuilding materials, money, the logistical support without which no Eastern campaign could succeed. She also came to him with something else, the quiet, unspoken understanding that she was asking for something in return. Not merely for her country's support to be recognized, but for the future of her children to be secured, for the Eastern world to be reorganized around a vision that she had carried in her mind for years, perhaps from her earliest days as queen, perhaps from the moment she had first understood the shape of the world she had been born into. Antony gave her gifts of territory. He restored to Egypt lands that had been part of the Ptolemaic kingdom in its days of greatest power: Cyprus, portions of the Phoenician coast, Jericho, parts of Arabia. These were territories that Rome's eastern allies and client kings had held, and the redistribution of them was both a practical calculation and a statement of intent. He was, in effect, beginning to build something. Not merely a military alliance and not merely a romantic attachment, but a new kind of power in the East, one centered on Alexandria, one organized around Cleopatra and the dynasty she was creating. She returned to Egypt pregnant again. She would give birth, in 36 BC, to another son, whom she named Ptolemy Philadelphus, after one of the greatest of her ancestors, the Ptolemy who had built the library, who had expanded the kingdom to its widest extent, who had presided over an Alexandria of such cultural brilliance that it had no equal in the ancient world. The name was a message. It was always a message with Cleopatra. Antony's Parthian campaign, meanwhile, did not go as planned. He marched east with an enormous army, one of the largest Rome had ever assembled for an eastern expedition, and he suffered reverses that cost him heavily. The Parthians were not the kind of enemy that Roman tactics, designed for open battlefield confrontation, could easily defeat. They were mobile and elusive, masters of the kind of warfare that exhausted pursuing armies and turned every retreat into an ambush. Antony lost men by the tens of thousands to battle and to the brutal weather of the Armenian highlands, and he returned westward diminished, though not destroyed. His reputation had taken a wound that his enemies in Rome, and Octavian had enemies' eyes always watching, were quick to note. He came back to Cleopatra. He came back to Alexandria. And there, in the warmth of a city that received him not as a general who had suffered reverses but as a king returning to his queen, he began to plan something larger. Something that would redefine what was possible. Something that would challenge, in the most direct terms imaginable, the claim that Rome and its Western masters held any exclusive right to determine the order of the world. He went east again, in 34 BC, this time against Armenia rather than Parthia. The Armenian campaign succeeded where the Parthian one had not. He captured the Armenian king, Artavasdes, along with the king's family and a substantial portion of his treasury, and returned to Alexandria in a triumph that was, in its staging and its symbolism, one of the most deliberately provocative acts of his entire extraordinary career. The triumph was not held in Rome. It was held in Alexandria. This was, to Romanize, a profound offense. The triumph, the great procession of a victorious Roman general through the streets of Rome, with his captives in chains and his soldiers cheering, and the Senate watching, and the gods of Rome invoked and honored, was one of the most sacred rituals of the Roman state. It belonged to Rome. It was Rome. To hold such a ceremony in a foreign city, before a foreign crowd, in honor of a foreign queen, was to make a statement so bold that it could not be misread or explained away. Antony understood exactly what he was doing. The captive Armenian king was paraded through the streets of Alexandria in golden chains, golden rather than iron, a concession to the dignity of a royal captive, and also a gesture that transformed the entire procession into something more sumptuous and theatrical than anything Rome's more austere traditions would have permitted. The crowds of Alexandria watched, with the particular excitement of a city that understood, at some deep level, that something historic was unfolding before them. Something that would be spoken of. Something that would last. At the center of the spectacle, elevated above the crowd on a throne of silver, sat Cleopatra dressed as the goddess Isis. Beside her, participating as only a small child can participate in ceremonies designed for adults, with a combination of solemnity and bewilderment that must have charmed everyone who saw it, sat her son Caesarion, the child of Julius Caesar, now a boy of perhaps 13 or 14 years. And then came what historians have called, ever since, the donations of Alexandria. It happened at the Gymnasium, the great public space at the heart of the city, a building of colonnaded marble that was one of the wonders of an already wonderful city. A great crowd had gathered, citizens of Alexandria, scholars and merchants and soldiers and priests, dignitaries from across the Eastern world, who had come to witness whatever it was that Antony and Cleopatra were about to announce. The air was thick with anticipation, of the kind that precedes moments one knows will be significant, before one yet knows precisely why. 2 thrones of gold were set upon a raised silver dais. On them sat Antony and Cleopatra, dressed in the manner of the gods. Around them, on smaller thrones, sat their children, Alexander Helios, Cleopatra Selene, and little Ptolemy Philadelphus, the youngest perhaps no more than 2 years old, seated with whatever composure a 2-year-old can manage when dressed in ceremonial robes and placed upon a throne of gold before an enormous and attentive crowd. Antony rose to speak. What he announced shook the Mediterranean world. Caesarion, Ptolemy Caesar, son of Julius Caesar, and Cleopatra, king of kings, was declared the legitimate son of the divine Caesar, the true heir of his father's legacy. This was a direct challenge to Octavian, who had built his entire political identity on being Caesar's heir, Caesar's adopted son, the inheritor of Caesar's name and legacy and divine status. To declare Caesarion legitimate was to declare Octavian illegitimate, to cut at the very root of his claim to power with a single public proclamation in front of a crowd, in a ceremony designed to be witnessed and remembered and repeated across the Eastern world. But that was only the beginning. Alexander Helios, the elder twin, the son, was declared the king of Armenia, Media, and Parthia. Not king of territories that were merely claimed or dreamed of, but king of Armenia, which had just been conquered, and Media and Parthia, which Antony fully intended to conquer next. He was perhaps 6 years old. He was dressed for the occasion in Median royal costume, the flowing robes and tall tiara of an Eastern king, as if the wearing of the clothing were itself a form of possession, a way of making the kingship real through the reality of the garment. Cleopatra Selene, the younger twin the Moon, was declared queen of Cyrenaica and Libya, territories in North Africa that the Ptolemaic dynasty had once held, and now, through her mother's partnership with Rome's most powerful Eastern commander, held again. And Ptolemy Philadelphus, the youngest, barely out of infancy, wearing what the ancient sources describe as Macedonian dress, the costume of Alexander the Great's homeland, was declared king of Syria, Phoenicia, and Cilicia. He sat on his little golden throne, and likely understood none of what was being said about him, and yet in that moment, the map of the Eastern world was being redrawn around him, around his siblings, around the vision that his mother had carried and cultivated and worked toward for the entirety of her extraordinary political life. The donations of Alexandria were Cleopatra's masterwork of political theater. Consider what they accomplished in a single ceremony. They announced to the entire Eastern world that a new order had arrived. Not merely an alliance between a Roman general and an Egyptian queen, but a dynasty, a true dynasty, with children and territories and a divine sanction and a clear line of succession. They challenged Rome's monopoly on the organization of the world by presenting an alternative, an Eastern empire centered on Alexandria, presided over by Cleopatra as Isis and Antony as the new Dionysus, stretching from the shores of North Africa to the borders of Parthia and beyond. They were also viewed from Rome an act of war. Not an armed war, not yet, that would come, but a war of legitimacy, of narrative, of the competing claims that empires always make about who has the right to organize the world and in whose name and on whose behalf. Octavian understood this perfectly. He had been watching from the west with the patient, cold attention of a man who knew that the moment to strike had not yet arrived, but was drawing closer with every dispatch, every report, every piece of intelligence about what his rival was doing in the east. He had his own propagandists, his own storytellers, his own version of events, and he was not slow to deploy them. But in Alexandria, in the autumn of 34 BC, on the day of the donations, none of that seemed to matter. What mattered was the gleam of gold in the afternoon sun, and the sound of the crowd, and the sight of a queen seated on her silver dais with her children around her, dressed as a goddess, ruling as a pharaoh, maneuvering as a statesman, and doing all three simultaneously with a grace that defied the ordinary categories of human achievement. She had been born into a world that gave her one role and one expectation: to maintain her family's hold on a diminishing kingdom in an age of Roman expansion. She had transformed that role, through intelligence and will, and an absolute refusal to accept the limits that the world attempted to impose upon her, into something far larger. She had made herself the center of a vision of empire that spanned half the known world. She had given that vision flesh and blood in the form of 4 children, who bore between them the names of gods and the titles of kings across an arc of territory, from Libya to the Euphrates. She was 35 years old. She was in that moment, at the apex of everything she had worked to build. The empire she had imagined, the restoration of Ptolemaic greatness, the marriage of East and West, the dynasty that would outlast the rivalries and the wars and the turning of fortune's wheel, seemed not merely possible but close. Tangibly close. Close enough to touch. The light that fell over Alexandria in those autumn days was the full gold of the afternoon, warm and unhesitating, casting long shadows behind every figure and every column and every ship in the harbor. It was the light of a world, at the height of something. The light that comes just before the turn. Cleopatra sat in it with her eyes open, knowing as she had always known, that nothing that shines so brightly can remain unchanged forever. That the light which illuminates also reveals. That the higher one builds, the more clearly one's enemies can see the shape of what one has constructed. She knew all of this. She had always known it. And she built anyway. Chapter 8. The Drums of War, 34 BC to 31 BC. There is a particular kind of silence that precedes catastrophe. Not the silence of peace or of rest, or of a world holding its breath in wonder, but a silence stretched thin over the surface of something vast and terrible moving beneath it, the way ice sounds just before it breaks. In the years between 34 and 31 before the Common Era, that silence settled over the Mediterranean world. Those who were perceptive enough, wise enough, or simply frightened enough could feel it in their bones, the low resonant vibration of approaching war. Not a border skirmish. Not a punitive campaign against some distant tribe on the edge of the known world. But the final, decisive collision between 2 visions of what the world ought to be. Between 2 centers of power that could not, in the end, share the same sky. Cleopatra felt it. She had been feeling it for years, in fact, the way those who have spent their lives navigating the treacherous currents of power learn to read the water long before the storm arrives on the horizon. She sat in Alexandria, in her palace that faced the sea, and she understood that the world was narrowing. That the wide, open expanse of possibility that had once seemed to stretch before her and Antony, a new order, a new empire, a marriage of East and West, was growing smaller, pressed inward from all sides by the relentless, grinding machinery of Roman politics. And at the center of that machinery, like a cold, precise hand turning the gears, was the man they called Octavian. He was not, by any outward appearance, a frightening man. Those who met him remarked on his youth, on the careful elegance of his features, on the measured, almost scholarly quality of his speech. He did not thunder and roar like the great Roman generals of old. He did not throw himself into the front lines of battle, with the reckless, glorious bravado that his adoptive father Julius Caesar had made legendary. He was slight in build, frequently ill, possessed of a constitution that seemed entirely mismatched with the enormity of his ambitions. And yet there was something in him, in the stillness of his eyes, in the patience with which he pursued his ends, that was far more dangerous than mere physical courage. Octavian understood something that many of his contemporaries did not. He understood that in the age in which he lived, the most powerful weapon was not the sword. It was the story. He had learned this lesson perhaps, from watching the aftermath of Caesar's assassination. He had watched how quickly a man's life could be undone not by force, but by narrative, how the conspirators who killed his father had framed their act as the salvation of the Republic, how they had nearly succeeded in making a murderer into a liberator simply by controlling the way the story was told. He had spent years in the shadows of Roman politics absorbing this truth, and by 34 BC, he had become its supreme practitioner. He was not simply a general, or a politician. He was the most accomplished propagandist the ancient world had ever produced. And Cleopatra, brilliant foreign female, and deeply irreversibly in love with his great rival, was the perfect villain. Let us be precise about what the word propaganda meant in Octavian's hands, because it is a concept too often reduced to something crude and simple, a collection of lies shouted loudly enough to be believed. What Octavian practiced was far more sophisticated than that. It was the art of taking what was true, or partly true, and bending it, framing it, surrounding it with carefully selected details, until the truth itself became an accusation. He did not need to invent Cleopatra. She existed. She was real. She was Queen of Egypt, the richest nation in the world. She had been the lover of Julius Caesar. She was now the companion and political partner of Mark Antony, the most powerful Roman general alive. She had children. She had ambitions. All of this was simply fact. What Octavian did was take these facts and arrange them into a portrait so particular, so charged with Roman fear and Roman anxiety, that the portrait became more vivid, more terrifying, more real to the Roman people than the woman herself. The portrait he painted was this: a sorceress queen from the mysterious ancient East, who had bewitched two of Rome's greatest men in succession. A woman of insatiable appetite, for power, for luxury, for dominion over the Roman world itself. A queen who drank pearls dissolved in vinegar, who banqueted on golden couches while Roman soldiers bled and died in her service. A foreign enchantress who had stolen Mark Antony from his rightful Roman life, from his Roman wife, from his Roman duties, and who now stood at the center of a conspiracy to make herself the Queen of Rome. To move the capital of the Roman world from the banks of the Tiber to the banks of the Nile. To place a foreign woman on a throne above the Roman Senate, above the Roman people, above everything that had made Rome great and Roman. It was, from a purely technical standpoint, a masterpiece. Because it spoke to fears that were not invented. Rome had always been anxious about the East. The East was old in ways that made Rome feel young and uncertain, full of gods whose names Romans could not pronounce, of customs that seemed to invert everything Rome held sacred, of wealth so staggering it made Roman prosperity look modest. The East had Persia, which had twice tried to swallow Greece and, by extension, the Western world. The East had kingdoms that stretched back thousands of years before Rome had even been a village on the Tiber's muddy banks. There was something in the Roman character, proud, martial, deeply invested in its own virtue and simplicity, that looked east and felt beneath the pride, a flicker of something very like fear. Octavian found that flicker and fed it, patiently and deliberately, until it became a blaze. He had poets at his disposal. Among them was one of the greatest who ever wrote in Latin, a man named Virgil, who was at that very moment composing what would become the foundational epic of Roman identity. And while Virgil's great work was not a simple instrument of propaganda, while it breathed with genuine human complexity and grief, it nonetheless placed at its very center a story that echoed the story Octavian was telling about Antony and Cleopatra. In the Aeneid, the founding hero of Rome, the Trojan prince Aeneas, finds himself in Carthage in Africa in the arms of a foreign queen, Dido, brilliant, passionate, regal, and ultimately destructive. And the gods command Aeneas to leave her, to abandon his love, his comfort, his desire, and sail toward his destiny. Toward Rome. Because Rome is more important than any individual love. Because duty is more important than desire. Because the identity of the Roman people is something so sacred, so singular, that no foreign entanglement, however beautiful, however compelling, can be allowed to compromise it. Dido. Cleopatra. The connection was not accidental, and no Roman listener would have missed it. There were pamphlets too, a literary form that Octavian and his circle deployed with tremendous energy and skill. These were short, pointed documents, circulated through Rome's networks of readers, and copied and recopied and read aloud in the forums and the taverns and the public spaces where Roman citizens gathered and talked and formed their opinions about the world. They carried stories about Antony's degradation, about the great Roman general who had taken to wearing Eastern robes, who had adopted Egyptian customs, who no longer walked among his soldiers as a Roman general ought, but reclined in Eastern luxury, drunk on wine poured by Egyptian servants, utterly subject to the will of an Eastern queen. The pamphlets had a sharp, almost visceral quality, designed not merely to inform but to disgust, to awaken in their Roman readers a sense of revulsion, of violated pride, of something sacred being desecrated by a man who had forgotten who he was and where he came from. Octavian himself participated directly in this campaign. He and Antony exchanged written attacks of increasingly bitter character, and it is striking to note, reading what survives of this exchange, how personal, how intimate, how almost petty the language became. Octavian accused Antony of drunkenness, of lust, of abandoning Roman dignity. Antony fired back with accusations about Octavian's own conduct, about the irregularities of his rise to power, about his own romantic history. These were not debates about policy or the future of the Roman state. They were the language of personal destruction, of two men attempting to unmake each other in the public imagination. And in this particular duel, Octavian had the advantage, because Antony was far away in Alexandria or on campaign in the east, while Octavian was in Rome, speaking directly to the Roman people, shaping their world every single day. In 34 BC, Antony gave Octavian a gift of almost unimaginable usefulness. He staged what became known as the Donations of Alexandria. Picture the scene as it unfolded. Alexandria, in the autumn of that year, dressed in all its extraordinary splendor. The great gymnasium, one of the city's most magnificent public spaces, transformed for the occasion into something that blended the ceremonial traditions of Rome and Egypt into a spectacle unlike anything the world had seen. An enormous crowd gathered, Alexandrians, soldiers, dignitaries, ambassadors from across the Eastern world. In the center of it all, on a raised silver platform, two golden thrones. On one sat Antony, and beside him, resplendent in the robes and the regalia of the goddess Isis, sat Cleopatra. Before them on smaller thrones sat their children, Caesarion, the son Cleopatra had borne to Julius Caesar, now a teenager, dressed as a king. The twins, Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene. And the youngest, Ptolemy Philadelphus, barely a child. What happened on that platform was a declaration. A formal, public ceremonial act that announced to the world how Antony and Cleopatra conceived of the future they were building together. Antony proclaimed Cleopatra Queen of Kings. He confirmed her rule over Egypt and Cyprus, and declared Caesarion the legitimate son and heir of Julius Caesar, a direct challenge to Octavian, whose entire political identity rested on being Caesar's heir. And then he distributed kingdoms. To Alexander Helios, the young boy on his throne, Antony gave Armenia and Media and Parthia, kingdoms not yet fully conquered, given with the magnificent confidence of a man who does not yet possess what he is giving away. To Cleopatra Selene, he gave Cyrenaica and Libya. To Ptolemy Philadelphus, barely old enough to understand what was happening, the territories of Syria and Cilicia. In one afternoon, Antony had redrawn the map of the world. And he had handed Octavian exactly what he needed. Because the news of the donations of Alexandria, when it reached Rome, did not land as the announcement of a new world order. It did not inspire wonder, or admiration, or even thoughtful consideration. It landed like a stone thrown into still water, sending rings of outrage and alarm spreading outward in every direction. Romans who had harbored quiet doubts about Antony's conduct suddenly found those doubts transformed into certainty. Here at last was the proof. Here was the evidence, undeniable and public, that the man who had once been Rome's greatest general had given himself over entirely to this foreign queen. Had distributed Roman territories, territories won by Roman blood and Roman courage, to her children. Had dressed her in divine robes, and sat her on a golden throne and called her Queen of Kings, while Rome, the mother of them all, was reduced to a mere province in someone else's empire. This was the material Octavian had been waiting for. He took it to the Roman Senate, and he laid it before them, not as a political problem, but as a moral crisis, as the final conclusive proof of everything he had been saying for years. He spoke of Roman dignity, of Roman sovereignty, of the ancient, inherited values that the Roman people had built their civilization upon, values now threatened not by some distant foreign enemy, but by one of their own, a man who had chosen luxury over duty, desire over honor, an Eastern queen over the Roman Republic itself. He did not, in these speeches, focus his formal declarations of hostility on Antony. This was a subtle and important choice, because to attack Antony directly, to declare war on him, would be to acknowledge what this really was: a civil war, a conflict between two Roman factions for control of the Roman world. And civil war was a concept that carried tremendous negative weight in the Roman imagination. Rome had torn itself apart in civil wars within living memory. The wounds of those conflicts were still raw. No Roman leader of any ambition wanted to be seen as the one who had started another one. So Octavian was careful. He framed his coming war not as a civil war, but as a foreign war. Not as a conflict between Romans, but as a conflict between Rome and Egypt. Between the free Roman people and the Eastern sorceress who had seduced their general and aimed her ambitions at their city. He declared war on Cleopatra. On Cleopatra alone. It was a legal and rhetorical maneuver of breathtaking audacity. By directing Rome's formal declaration of war against the Egyptian queen, rather than her Roman partner, Octavian accomplished several things at once. He preserved the fiction that this was not a civil conflict, thereby avoiding the political and moral costs that came with that designation. He elevated Cleopatra's role in the coming confrontation, making her the central antagonist, the enemy that Rome was marching to defeat, which fed directly into the narrative he had been constructing for years. And he framed Antony not as an enemy of Rome, but as a victim of Cleopatra's influence, a Roman man corrupted, seduced, stolen from his true nature by an irresistible foreign power. This was both a condemnation and, in a curious way, a kind of mercy, the mercy of a man who understood that the legions and officers and soldiers who had followed Antony for years might not be willing to fight against him directly, but might be willing to fight against her. In the streets of Rome, the propaganda machine was running at full speed. Images were circulated, paintings and sculptures and coins, the mass media of the ancient world. Octavian's face appeared on coins struck in silver and gold, bearing the symbols of Roman virtue and Roman pietas, of duty, of reverence, of the god's favor resting on a young man who embodied everything Rome aspired to be. Against this portrait, the image of Cleopatra circulated in darker forms, in the whispered stories and the pamphlets and the verses that poets in Octavian's circle wrote about the monstrous queen of the East. The queen who had lured Antony from his Roman wife Octavia, Octavian's own sister, a detail Octavian never let Rome forget, the deeply personal insult layered beneath the political one. The queen who feasted while others starved, who lived in decadence so extreme it had no name in the Latin language, who worshipped gods whose rites the Romans found disturbing and strange, who commanded armies and navies and had the audacity to imagine herself the equal or more than the equal of any man. There was a particular accusation that Octavian returned to again and again, one that struck at the deepest Roman anxieties about the East. He claimed that Cleopatra's ultimate ambition was to rule Rome itself. That she had spoken words, specific, damning, remembered words about sitting in judgment on the Capitoline Hill, the sacred height where Rome's greatest temple stood, where the Roman gods themselves were said to dwell. Whether she ever actually said these words is something we cannot know. They have the quality of a story too perfect for its purpose to be entirely accidental. But that is perhaps the point. The accusation did not need to be verified to do its work. It only needed to be believed. And in the climate of fear and anxiety that Octavian had spent years carefully cultivating, it was believed. Meanwhile, in Alexandria, Cleopatra watched all of this and prepared. She was not passive in these years, not a queen who sat in her palace waiting for history to happen to her. She was active, engaged, deeply involved in the practical realities of the confrontation she knew was coming. She had spent years building up Egypt's treasury and its military capacity in preparation for exactly this moment. She understood, with the clarity of a woman who had spent her entire adult life navigating the intersection of politics and power, that the propaganda war being waged against her in Rome was not merely words. It was preparation. It was Octavian, laying the intellectual and emotional groundwork for the physical conflict that would inevitably follow. She had her own resources. Egypt was still the wealthiest nation in the Mediterranean world, and Cleopatra's command of that wealth was absolute. She had shipyards producing warships at extraordinary speed. She had grain stores that could feed armies for years. She had gold, more gold than most of the rest of the world combined it sometimes seemed, which could buy alliances, maintain loyalty, equip and arm and sustain a military force capable of challenging even the power of Rome. She threw herself into this work with the focused energy of a woman who understood that this was not merely a political conflict. This was a fight for her survival. For the survival of her kingdom, her dynasty, her children, and the vision of the world that she and Antony had been building together. She traveled with Antony on his campaigns. She did not remain safely in Alexandria while he fought, a fact that Octavian's propagandists seized upon with glee, because it seemed to confirm everything they were saying. What Roman general allowed a foreign queen to accompany him on campaign? What Roman general let a woman sit in his councils of war, advise him on matters of strategy and supply and diplomacy? It was to Roman sensibilities shaped by centuries of tradition, profoundly strange. Profoundly wrong. Evidence, if any more were needed, that Antony had lost himself entirely. But what those same propagandists would never acknowledge, because it did not fit the portrait they were painting, was that Cleopatra's presence on campaign was not merely the indulgence of a besotted man. She was there because she was competent. Because she brought resources that Antony needed. Because the fleet that would fight Rome's navy was partly Egyptian, and entirely dependent on her authority and her purse. The years between 34 and 31 BC were years of relentless preparation on both sides, punctuated by the noise of political maneuvering. Octavian consolidated his position in the West with the methodical patience that was his great gift. He secured alliances. He managed the Senate with a combination of respect and implied threat. He built up his own military forces along the western coast of Greece and in the Adriatic, positioning them for the conflict he knew was coming. He brought the skilled General Agrippa to his side, a man of extraordinary military ability, the kind of tactical mind that could translate political will into military victory. In Rome itself, Octavian made a theatrical gesture that left no one in any doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. He went to the temple of Bellona, the ancient goddess of war, and performed the ritual that formally opened a state of war between Rome and a foreign enemy. He performed the ancient ceremony with a spear, hurling it toward the symbolic territory of the enemy, toward the east, toward Egypt, toward Cleopatra. It was a piece of theater, as perfectly calibrated as everything else he did. Ancient, dignified, deeply Roman, connecting this modern political conflict to the oldest traditions of the city's martial identity. He was not a young man starting a war of personal ambition. He was Rome itself, fulfilling its ancient duty against a foreign threat. The ceremony rippled outward through the city and beyond, carried by word of mouth, by letter, by the invisible networks of information that knitted the Roman world together. In every garrison and every province, soldiers who had served under the eagles of Rome, and who had absorbed through years of service the deep tribal identity of the Roman legionary, those soldiers heard that Rome was going to war. Not a civil war. A foreign war. Against a foreign queen. The kind of war Rome had always fought and always won. In Alexandria, the night the news arrived, Cleopatra stood on the balcony of her palace and looked out over the harbor. The water was dark and still. The lighthouse at the mouth of the harbor, the great Pharos, one of the 7 wonders of the world, the world her dynasty had built, cast its light outward across the sea, a beam of fire reaching into the darkness. She had been queen since she was 18 years old. She had survived her brother's attempts to depose her. She had allied herself with the 2 greatest Romans of her age. She had built an empire that stretched in her mind, and in Antony's proclamations, across the entire Eastern world. She had borne children who were born to rule kingdoms. She had lived for 20 years, at the absolute center of the world's power. She was not afraid. Or if she was, it was the fear that sharpens rather than paralyzes, the cold, clear recognition of a woman who has always known that everything she had built rested ultimately on her own intelligence, her own will, her own ability to navigate the impossible. She had done it before. She could do it again. And so she turned from the harbor, and went back inside, and continued the work of preparation. Because that is what queens do, when the drums of war begin to sound in the distance. They prepare. They think. They calculate. They move their pieces on the great board of the world, with every ounce of skill and will they possess. The drums were sounding now. They had been sounding for months, for years, growing louder as Octavian's campaign in Rome built toward its conclusion, as the formal declaration of war was spoken, and the ancient ritual performed and the spear thrown toward the east. Every day that passed brought the confrontation closer. Every night that fell over Alexandria, over the harbor, over the great lighthouse's beam cutting through the dark, was one night fewer in the long count that separated the present from the moment when all the preparation and all the propaganda and all the careful political maneuvering would be set aside and the matter would be decided, finally, the way such matters have always ultimately been decided. Not by the best story. Not by the most skilled rhetorician. But by the clash of ships on open water, and the thrust of swords in the heat of battle. In 31 BC, that moment was almost at hand. The world held its breath. The ice, stretched so thin for so long over the moving darkness beneath, was about to break. The clash at Actium, 31 BC to 30 BC. The sea off the western coast of Greece holds its breath in the final days of summer, the year 31 before the Common Era. The waters of the Ambracian Gulf stretch inward like a cupped hand, sheltering within them the greatest concentration of naval power the ancient world has assembled in a generation. 330 warships. More than 20,000 oarsmen. Soldiers packed onto decks like iron filings drawn to a magnet. And at the center of it all, two people whose love, whose ambition, and whose pride have led the world to the edge of a precipice from which there will be no return. Cleopatra VII, Pharaoh of Egypt, Queen of Kings, the living embodiment of Isis on earth, stands at the prow of her flagship and watches the horizon. She is 38 years old. She has ruled Egypt for nearly 2 decades. She has outlasted assassins, outwitted rivals, buried a brother, buried another, buried Caesar himself, and yet here she stands, watching the slow theater of catastrophe unfold across the water with eyes that have learned not to flinch. The morning of September 2nd offers a sky of unusual clarity. There are no omens in the clouds. No divine warnings written across the blue. Only light, and wind, and the smell of salt and tar, and the particular human scent of an army that has been waiting too long. They have been waiting for months. That is perhaps the cruelest truth of Actium, not the battle itself, but everything that came before it. The slow grinding weeks of encampment. The disease that crept through the ore benches like an uninvited guest, and refused to leave. The desertions. The whispered doubts that passed from tent to tent in the long nights, like a contagion of the spirit. The army of Mark Antony and Cleopatra has been rotting at anchor since spring, and the man responsible for that rotting stands less than a mile away across the water. His name is Gaius Octavius. The world knows him as Octavian, the adopted heir of Julius Caesar, the cold and calculating young man who has maneuvered his way to the summit of Roman power with a patience that seems almost inhuman in one so young. He is 32 years old. He is not a soldier by nature, he will readily admit this, and the admission costs him nothing, because what he possesses instead of physical courage is something rarer and more dangerous. He possesses will. He possesses the ability to see a thing clearly, to see it whole, and to pursue it without the interference of emotion. He has been watching Antony's fleet rot in the Gulf for months, and he has done nothing, because doing nothing was precisely the right strategy. His admiral, the extraordinary Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, has sealed the entrances and exits of the Ambracian Gulf with careful, methodical genius. Supply lines have been cut. Foraging parties have been ambushed. The great fleet that Antony and Cleopatra assembled at such extraordinary cost, the ships, the timber, the bronze, the rope, the grain, the men, has been slowly transformed from an instrument of power into a trap. Antony knows this. This is perhaps the most painful thing about him in these final months, that he knows. He is not a fool. He has never been a fool. He is one of the finest soldiers Rome has ever produced, a man who has marched armies across terrain that would have broken lesser commanders, a man who inspired a ferocious personal loyalty in the legions who served under him. But knowing, and being able to act upon what one knows are two very different things, and somewhere in the long years since Caesar's death, in the warmth of Alexandria, in the radiance of Cleopatra's court, something in Antony has loosened. Some cord of iron that once ran through him has gone slack. The arguments came first in the quiet councils below decks, and then they came louder, in voices that carried through the night air. Canidius Crassus, commanding Antony's land forces, argued for retreat northward into Macedonia. Fight on land. Use the legions, which were still intact, still capable, still Roman. Abandon the fleet if necessary, but preserve the army, and fight the kind of war that Antony knew how to win. Cleopatra argued against this. Her position was not without logic. She had brought the Egyptian fleet. She had supplied the treasury that funded this entire campaign, and it was not a small treasury. It was the accumulated wealth of centuries of Egyptian agriculture, trade and taxation, loaded onto her warships in the form of coin and bullion. To abandon the fleet was to abandon her investment, her resources, her means of returning home. And if Antony lost the land campaign as well, and she understood with a cold clarity that this was possible, then she would be stranded in Greece with no ships, no treasure, and no future. She argued for a naval engagement, or at minimum, a breakout. Fight through Agrippa's blockade, escape into open water and regroup in Egypt. From Egypt, they could fight again. Egypt had deep pockets. Egypt had grain. Egypt had the eastern half of the world still pledged to their cause, or at least still willing to wait and see. The argument went to Cleopatra. In the Roman tradition that Antony still breathed with every breath, this decision would later be used as a weapon against him, proof that he had surrendered his Roman will to an Oriental queen, that he had been unmanned, enchanted, reduced. But the truth is more complicated than the propaganda that will survive them both. Cleopatra's argument was strategically defensible. The land army was weakened by the same diseases and desertions that had hollowed out the fleet. A march into Macedonia was not the clean, confident alternative that Canidius described. There were no clean alternatives left. There were only degrees of danger. And so the morning of September 2nd arrives. The sun climbs slowly over the headlands, and the water catches it and throws it back in long flat plains of gold. The men at the oars of Antony's fleet have been briefed. They know what is planned, or they know what they have been told is planned, which is not always the same thing. They have been told this is a breakout, not a defeat. They have been told to keep formation, to hold the line, to fight through the enemy ships that will try to intercept them, and to reach open water. Some of them believe this. Some of them have stopped believing anything they are told. Those men row anyway, because rowing is what they know, and because the man next to them is rowing, and because the ancient animal solidarity of shared labor has its own momentum that outlasts hope. Cleopatra's squadron sits in the rear. 60 Egyptian ships, their sails furled and ready to be dropped at the right moment, their holds carrying the treasure, the coin, the bullion, the material sinew of a kingdom. She is not in the fighting line. The plan does not require her to be. The plan requires Antony's ships to press forward, to engage Agrippa's fleet, to create a gap. And then, when the moment comes when the wind turns favorable from the south, Cleopatra's ships will drop their sails and run for open water, and Antony will disengage and follow. It is a plan with a logic to it. It is also a plan that requires everything to go right, in sequence at the right time. And plans of that kind have a way of being devoured by the morning they were designed to survive. The battle begins slowly, as great engagements often do. There is a period of what soldiers have always called the before time, that charged and terrible stillness when the two sides have committed to collision, but the collision has not yet arrived. The oarsmen stroke. The ships move forward with the ponderous, inevitable momentum of floating fortresses. Antony's fleet, heavy ships, many of them enormous vessels of 6 and 8 banks of oars, advances toward the lighter, faster, more maneuverable ships of Agrippa. This asymmetry matters. Antony's ships are built for a different kind of warfare, the kind where you ram, grapple, board and fight it out hand to hand on the deck, Roman soldier against Roman soldier, the outcome decided by the same combination of training and fury that decided battles on land. Agrippa's ships are built to avoid exactly this. They are built to be somewhere else, to wheel, to turn, to strike at the oars and the rudders, to keep the heavy ships confused and exhausted while the day bleeds away. And so it begins. The advance. The first contact. The crash of bronze rams into timber. The screaming of men and the screaming of wood, which are not entirely different sounds. The grapples flying, the hooks catching, The short, brutal work of close combat on the decks of ships that rock and shudder beneath the weight of it. Antony fights. Whatever else is said of him, and much will be said, he fights. He is in the center of the line, and his presence is not merely symbolic. He moves, he commands, he attempts to impose order on a battle that is beginning, very early, to slide away from order. Agrippa is doing what Agrippa does with quiet, terrible efficiency. He is pulling the flanks. He is extending his line, threatening to outflank Antony's heavier ships, forcing Antony to extend in response to thin the center, to create the gaps that a lighter, faster fleet can exploit. The morning deepens. The sun rises higher. The air over the gulf fills with smoke from burning ships, not many not yet, but enough to mark the sky with dark columns that rise and spread and begin to lay a haze over the water. Men who entered the battle with a plan are beginning to fight by instinct now, by the raw immediate calculus of survival, because plans do not survive the first hour of a sea battle, and everyone who has ever been in one knows this. And then the wind shifts. It comes from the southwest, as the summer winds in these waters often do in the late morning. It is not a storm, not a squall, just the ordinary seasonal wind finding its direction as the land heats and the sea breathes. But for Cleopatra, watching from the rear, watching the shape of the battle through smoke and distance with eyes trained by years of reading the surfaces of things, the wind is the signal. Whether she acted too soon, or at exactly the right moment, is a question that history has never settled to its own satisfaction. The sources that survive are not neutral. Most of them are Roman, and most of the Roman sources were written after Octavian had won, and had 17 more years to construct his version of events before anyone could contradict him with authority. In those sources, what Cleopatra does next is panic, cowardice, desertion. The Queen of the East, frightened and faithless, fleeing from a battle that might still have been won. But there is another reading. A colder reading. A reading that does not require Cleopatra to be frightened, only strategic. She drops the sails. The great purple sail of her flagship catches the southwest wind and billows outward, and the 60 Egyptian ships come alive with the sudden, decisive energy of vessels that have been waiting for exactly this moment. They run. They run through a gap in the battle lines. Whether that gap was created by Antony's ships on purpose, or whether they simply found it in the confusion, the sources do not agree, and they run southwest into open water toward the Peloponnese, toward Egypt, toward whatever comes next. The treasure goes with them. Antony sees it. He sees the Egyptian squadron running, and he sees the purple sail of Cleopatra's flagship at their head, and something happens in him that no amount of military analysis can entirely explain. Something that goes below strategy, below calculation, below everything that made him a general and a statesman and a man of power. He follows. He transfers to a lighter galley. He leaves his fleet, still fighting hard, the ships still locked in their desperate grappling struggle with Agrippa's forces, and he goes after her. It takes a moment for the scale of this to settle in, even as we observe it across the distance of 2,000 years. He leaves his men. Men who are dying for him, in that very moment, dying with the expectation that he is somewhere in the battle with them, that the fight is still being led, that there is still a center to hold. He leaves them, and goes after a woman and 60 ships carrying the gold of Egypt. He reaches her flagship. He pulls alongside. He is taken aboard. And then he sits in the bow, alone, his head in his hands, and he does not move for 3 hours. She does not go to him. She lets him sit. She understands something about grief and shame that is perhaps more Egyptian than Roman, that some things must be entered and exited alone, that you cannot pull a person back from the place they have gone inside themselves, you can only wait and hold the ship steady and give them the mercy of time. For 3 hours, the greatest soldier of his generation sits at the bow of a fleeing ship, with his head in his hands, while the battle he abandoned plays out behind him. Back in the Gulf, the battle continues without its commander. This is perhaps the most remarkable fact of the entire day. Antony's men do not immediately collapse. They fight on. The fleet, leaderless, fights on for hours after Antony's departure, which is either a tribute to Roman military discipline or a terrible indictment of the situation, or perhaps both simultaneously. But fighting without a purpose is not the same as fighting with one, and as the afternoon proceeds, as the smoke thickens and the losses mount and no orders come that make sense of what is happening, the fleet begins to dissolve. Ships surrender. Ships burn. The crews that can do so make for shore and simply walk away from the battle, the way men walk away from things that are no longer theirs to die for. Agrippa does not pursue recklessly. He has won and he knows he has won, and winning men do not need to take unnecessary risks. He consolidates. He counts. He sends reports to Octavian. Canidius, commanding the land forces, waits for orders that never come. He waits a day. He waits 2 days. Then he does the only rational thing available to him. He leads the legions north, attempting to find a path through Macedonia, attempting to preserve something from the wreckage. Within a week, his legions have melted away. 7 entire legions defecting, not to Octavian with any great enthusiasm, but simply leaving, finding their way out of a war that has ended in all the ways that matter, even if the paperwork of finality has not yet been completed. The news travels fast. In the ancient world, where information moves at the speed of a horse or a ship, the news of Actium still moves with remarkable speed, carried by sailors and soldiers and merchants and spies, moving through the eastern Mediterranean like a current. Actium. Antony has fled. The Egyptian queen has fled. Octavian has won. Client kings begin the quiet, undramatic, utterly practical work of changing sides. The king of Herod in Judea. The various princes and monarchs of Asia Minor. The cities of Greece and the Levant that had calculated their futures on the basis of an Antonian victory, and must now recalculate with urgency and without visible embarrassment. The ancient world is pragmatic about these shifts. Power is power. The question is always who holds it, and the answer as of September 2, 31 BC, is becoming very clear. Cleopatra's fleet reaches the Peloponnese. Then it turns south and east, navigating the islands and headlands of the Greek coast, moving with the careful deliberateness of a fleet that has lost its urgency, without yet finding a new purpose. The treasure is intact. The ships are whole. Cleopatra is alive and she is thinking, which is what she does, what she has always done, what has kept her alive through circumstances that would have extinguished almost anyone else. She is thinking about Egypt. She is thinking about the months that remain, before Octavian consolidates his forces and begins the inevitable movement east. She is thinking about what can be done in those months, what can be bought, what can be negotiated, what can be traded or offered or threatened. She is 38 years old, and she has survived everything the world has thrown at her so far, and the part of her that has survived it is not ready to admit that this cannot also be survived. Antony finally lifts his head. They talk. The accounts of what passed between them in those days aboard ship, and in the weeks that followed, are fragmentary and filtered through hostile sources, but certain shapes emerge from the fragments. She does not condemn him. She does not speak of what he did or did not do at Actium. Whether this is generosity or pragmatism or a love profound enough to contain even this, perhaps it is all three. Perhaps in the life they have lived together, those categories have become indistinguishable. What she does is look forward. She has always been better at looking forward than he is, better at it than almost anyone. She has a plan, or the beginning of one. There are ships in the Red Sea. Egyptian ships, not warships but merchant vessels capable of carrying troops and supplies. If they could move enough material and enough men through Egypt to the Red Sea, they could circumvent Octavian's control of the Mediterranean entirely. They could sail to the east, Arabia, India, the edges of the known world. Build something new. Or perhaps reach Parthia, where Rome's old enemy would have every reason to welcome and support them. It is not a hopeless plan. It is not even an unreasonable one. The world in 31 BC is larger than Rome, even if Rome does not like to admit this. They make for Egypt. The fleet enters the harbor of Alexandria in the autumn, and Cleopatra does something that could only be done in Alexandria, in Egypt, in this particular civilization that has been performing the theater of power for 3,000 years with a sophistication no other culture on earth yet matches. She does not enter in defeat. She enters in triumph. She orders the ships decorated. She orders the musicians playing on the decks. She sails into the great harbor of Alexandria as if she has won, as if what has happened in the waters off the Greek coast was not a catastrophe, but merely a campaign that has reached its next phase, and Alexandria believes her, or at least Alexandria performs belief, which in a city of that size and that hunger for stability amounts to very much the same thing. She needs time. Every day she can prevent panic and defection is a day in which the plan might solidify. She begins moving ships to the Red Sea. She begins assembling the logistics of the eastern escape. She writes letters. She meets with advisors. She calculates. Antony has gone to the peninsula of Timonium, a small promontory near the harbor, and built himself a hermit's retreat. He has named it after the famous misanthrope Timon of Athens, and the gesture has all the self-aware theatricality of a man who cannot stop performing even in his extremity. He is mourning. He is processing something that has no name in any language he possesses. He is a Roman general who abandoned his men. Whatever else Mark Antony is or was or might have been, he is that now, and there is no rhetorical strategy available to him that makes that into something he can live with. But he does not stay in Timonium forever. Cleopatra draws him back, or the need to act draws him back, or the particular human incapacity to remain still in the face of threat draws him back. By the winter, he is in the palace again. They have reconstituted their court. They have even, this is one of the more remarkable details of this period, dissolved their famous society of inimitable living, and formed a new one, a society they call the Companions in Death, the Synapotheneumenoi. A society predicated not on excess and pleasure, but on the preparation for honorable dying. Whatever beauty and darkness they found together, they found it in both living and dying. The news continues to come from the west, from the north, from every direction. Octavian is moving. He is not rushing, because rushing is not his way. He is doing what he always does, consolidating, securing, preparing with the methodical patience of a man who has already won the essential thing, and simply needs to complete the formality of possession. He spends the winter in Samos. He goes to Athens. He manages the administration of the new order he is assembling from the ruins of the civil war. He does not go to Egypt yet. But the ring is tightening. The plan to move the fleet to the Red Sea suffers its first blow when the Nabatean Arabs, traditional clients of Rome, pragmatic as all clients of Rome have learned to be in this particular winter, burn the ships that Cleopatra's forces have dragged overland to the Gulf of Suez. Whether on their own initiative or on Octavian's orders is unclear. It does not matter. The ships are gone. The eastern route is gone. Cleopatra continues to think. There are negotiations with Octavian, careful, exploratory, conducted through intermediaries, built on the particular language of ancient diplomacy, where nothing is quite said directly, and every word carries multiple possible meanings. What Cleopatra is offering, or asking or threatening, is the subject of scholarly debate that has not been resolved, and probably cannot be. She may be offering to surrender Antony, in exchange for her own survival, and the survival of her children and her kingdom. She may be offering the entire treasure of Egypt, already aboard her ships, as the price of a managed transition. She may be doing both simultaneously, playing different notes to different audiences, buying time. Octavian responds, with the careful ambiguity of a man who has no reason to make clear commitments. He wants the treasure. He wants Egypt. He does not want to make promises that might complicate his administration of whatever comes next. He sends an envoy, a man named Thyrsis, with messages warm enough to keep Cleopatra listening. He sends another envoy named Proculius, with instructions that will only become clear later. Antony discovers Thyrsis being received with what he perceives as excessive warmth, and has him flogged. This is not rational. He knows it is not rational. He sends an apology to Octavian, which has the slightly desperate quality of a proud man doing something humiliating and knowing it. Octavian accepts the apology, and sends his own response with a smoothness that suggests a man conserving his contempt for more useful purposes. The winter passes into the spring of 30 BC. Octavian is moving. He has completed his administrative arrangements in the West, with the efficiency that defines him. He has left nothing loose, nothing that might require his urgent return. He begins the march east. He moves through Syria. He moves through the Levant. He receives the submission of cities and princes with a consistency that makes submission look inevitable, which is exactly what he intends. He is not moving toward a battle. He is moving toward a conclusion. He reaches Pelusium in the eastern delta of Egypt in the summer of 30 BC, and the city, gateway to Egypt, the key to the kingdom, the fortress that Octavian must pass through if he is to reach Alexandria, falls almost without a fight. The commander of the garrison, a man loyal to Cleopatra, surrenders, and there are those who whisper then and afterward that the surrender was arranged. That someone, Cleopatra herself perhaps, had calculated the mathematics of the situation, and decided that allowing Octavian to enter Egypt without destroying it was better than defending a country that could not in the end be successfully defended. Whether this is true or not, it is the kind of calculation that Cleopatra was capable of making. Antony, to his credit, to the credit of whatever remained of the man he had been before Actium, fights. He rides out from Alexandria in the early days of Octavian's approach, and meets the advance forces in the field and defeats them. It is a small victory, a momentary brightness in the general darkness, and he comes back to the city with something restored in him, some fragment of himself that Actium had taken away. He celebrates. He gives a feast. He fights again the next day, leading a cavalry charge in the marshes outside the city, and he wins again. It is not enough. It cannot be enough. The army that Octavian is moving toward Alexandria is not a vanguard or a probing force, it is the full weight of Roman power, consolidated and purposeful and patient. You cannot defeat it in the field with the forces Antony has. You can only delay it, and delaying it only means dying tired, instead of dying rested. On the 1st of August in the year 30 BC, the fleet that remains to Antony rows out of the harbor of Alexandria, to engage Octavian's naval forces. Antony watches from the shore. And the fleet raises its oars in the traditional salute of surrender, and joins the enemy. The cavalry goes next. The legions follow. In an ancient city, when the instruments of power dissolve like this, when the fleet surrenders, when the cavalry rides to the enemy, when the legions turn their standards, there is a particular quality to the silence that follows. Alexandria has survived the fall of pharaohs before. It has seen conquerors come through the delta. It knows how these endings go. The city holds its breath. Antony hears that Cleopatra is dead. This is not true. She is in her mausoleum, the great tomb she has been building in the palace precinct, the monument she intended for her final resting, where she has barricaded herself with her closest attendants and the remaining treasure of Egypt, the last card she holds that Octavian cannot take by force without destroying its value in the act of taking it. She sent word, or someone sent word in her name, or rumors moved faster than truth. The sources are confused, and perhaps the confusion is itself revealing. Perhaps it tells us something about the chaos and the speed of that terrible morning. But what Antony hears is that she is dead. And so he falls upon his sword. He falls upon it badly, which is almost unbearably human. This man who has fought in 100 battles, who has always been physical, always been present in his body in a way that great soldiers are, misses the decisive stroke and wounds himself without achieving the clean end he intended. He lies bleeding. His servants flee. One man stays, a man named Eros, who Antony had asked to kill him, and who had instead killed himself rather than raise a hand against his general. Antony is alive. He is dying, but he is alive. Then comes the news: she is not dead. She is in the mausoleum. She will not open the doors. But she will not let him die without her, or she will not let him die alone, and so she has him raised by ropes through the window of the monument, this enormous bleeding dying man, hauled upward by Cleopatra and her 2 attendants, the women straining and weeping at the ropes, the city outside continuing its terrible mourning. He dies in her arms. He dies in her arms in the mausoleum she built for herself, in the city they ruled together, in the year that ended everything they had built, and everything they had intended to build, and everything that might have been, in another version of history where a morning off the coast of Greece had gone differently, or a wind had not shifted, or a man had held his position in a battle rather than following a sail across the open water. The closing ring is almost complete now. Octavian is at the gates of Alexandria. The sun rises on the 2nd day of August. The treasure of Egypt, the accumulated wealth of the Ptolemies, sits in the mausoleum with Cleopatra and the body of Mark Antony, and the 2 women who have remained beside her through everything. Outside, the city opens its gates. The world is about to change its shape, and a woman is sitting in a tomb she built for herself, still thinking, still calculating, still alive, because as long as she is alive there is still something to calculate. The shadows lengthen across the harbor. The ships lie still. The great lighthouse of Alexandria, which has stood for nearly 3 centuries, and guided sailors home from every sea in the known world, casts its light without ceremony across the water, indifferent to the fall of dynasties, indifferent to the grief of queens, marking only the ordinary fact of the sea. The chapter ends here, but the story does not. Not yet. Chapter 10, The Fall of the Nile, 30 BC. The sun rises over Alexandria on a morning that looks at first glance like any other. The harbor glitters with its familiar brilliance. The lighthouse of Pharos still stands, its fire burning at the top of the world, casting long gold ribbons across the surface of the Mediterranean. The city breathes. The markets begin to stir. Fishermen pull their nets from the water, and somewhere in the labyrinthine streets behind the docks, a child laughs at something small and inconsequential, the way children always do, unbothered by the weight of the age in which they live. But Alexandria is dying. Not loudly. Not all at once. It is dying the way a great flame dies when the wind turns against it, flickering, bending, struggling to hold its shape against a force it can no longer resist. The city does not yet know this, or perhaps it does, somewhere in the collective instinct of its people, in the way conversations fall quiet too quickly, in the way eyes move toward the harbor with a frequency that has nothing to do with ships or trade. The year is 30 BC. Octavian is coming. He has already crossed into Egypt from the east, his legions moving with the relentless, unhurried pace of men who know they have already won. There is no theater in his advance. No dramatic sweep of cavalry, or the thunder of war drums meant to inspire fear in equal measure with wonder. Octavian does not conquer like Caesar did. He does not conquer like Antony. He conquers quietly, methodically, like a man settling an account that has been long overdue. He has crossed through Pelusium, the eastern gateway of Egypt, and the city fell to him with barely a whisper of resistance. The commander who held Pelusium was said to have opened the gates himself. Betrayal, it seems, has become its own kind of currency in these final days. Cleopatra knows this. She knows everything that happens at the borders of her kingdom with a speed that would astonish lesser rulers, because she has built her intelligence network over decades, because she understands that information is the most perishable and the most valuable of all resources. She knows that Pelusium has fallen. She knows the names of the men who handed it over. She knows the distance between Octavian's forward camp and the walls of her city. She has been calculating these distances for months, measuring them against the dwindling number of options that remain to her, holding each possibility up to the light like a jeweler examining a stone, looking for the flaw that will tell her whether it is worth keeping. She is in the palace now. Not the great audience hall where she once received foreign delegations draped in the regalia of Isis, not the columned porticos where she walked in procession to the temples of her ancestors, but a room that is both smaller and more essential, a chamber where the real work of a sovereign is done, the reading of dispatches, the writing of orders, the quiet and exhausting labor of governing a kingdom that is coming apart at its seams. She sits at a table of polished cedar, and around her are the remnants of what was once a court, a handful of trusted advisers, a secretary whose hand moves across papyrus with mechanical speed, a small number of attendants who have refused, despite everything, to leave her side. Her face is composed. This is not performance, or at least it is not only performance. Cleopatra VII, Queen of Egypt, last of the Ptolemaic line, has been composing her face against catastrophe for the better part of 2 decades. She was 17 when she first had to hold herself together, in the face of forces that wished to destroy her. She learned early that fear, however justified, however enormous, must be contained, not suppressed, because suppression creates fractures, but contained, shaped, directed inward and then outward again as something useful. As intelligence. As will. But Mark Antony is not in this room. And this is the space around which everything now turns. He is somewhere in the palace, separated from her by corridors and courtiers, and the vast invisible distance that has been growing between them since the defeat at Actium 2 years ago. That battle, fought on the waters of the Ionian Sea in the autumn of 31 BC, was the moment when the future closed itself off like a door swinging shut in a long hallway. They had not been outfought so much as outmaneuvered, their fleet trapped, their land forces crumbling. Antony's decision to follow Cleopatra's retreating ships read by his own soldiers as desertion. Whether he was right to follow her, whether it was love or strategy or some inseparable combination of both, is a question that historians will argue for centuries. What matters in the rooms of this palace is what it cost him. It cost him his army. It cost him his reputation. It cost him the story he had been telling about himself, the story of the great Roman general, the inheritor of Caesar's legacy, the man who could hold the Eastern world together by force of personality alone. That story is gone. And without it, Antony is diminished in ways that go beyond the military, beyond the political. He has spent the months since Actium in a kind of grief that has no clean name, moving between periods of desperate action and periods of almost theatrical withdrawal, as though he cannot decide whether the appropriate response to the end of everything is defiance or surrender. He has drunk more than he should. He has made pronouncements and then reversed them. He has at one point retreated to a small structure he built near the harbor and named it the Timonium, after the ancient Athenian misanthrope Timon, the man who famously turned his back on all of humanity. It was a gesture that managed to be both pathetic and genuinely poignant, and Cleopatra watched it with a mixture of grief and something close to fury, because she needed him steady, and he was anything but. But that was months ago, and he has rallied since, in the way that men like Antony always rally, not gradually, not through patient reconstruction, but suddenly, explosively, with a burst of energy and optimism that is almost convincing if you do not look too closely at the desperation underneath it. He has been organizing Alexandria's defenses. He has been meeting with his remaining officers. He has been telling anyone who will listen that Octavian can still be stopped, that the walls of Alexandria are strong, that the Egyptian fleet still has teeth. He has been saying these things with the full force of a man who has spent his life making other men believe him, and some of them do believe him, or want to, because the alternative, the thing that waits at the end of the road if Octavian walks through those gates unopposed, is not something the mind willingly approaches. Cleopatra believes him less than she once did. This is not cruelty. It is clarity. She has never been a woman who allowed love to blind her to reality, and her love for Antony, whatever form it has taken over the years, passionate, complicated, wounded, enduring, has always existed alongside her capacity for cold assessment. She looks at him now, and she sees a man fighting not for Egypt, not for their children, not even entirely for her, but for the version of himself that still feels possible if he can win just one more battle. She understands this impulse. She has it herself. But she also understands with a precision that he does not share, what Octavian is, what Octavian wants, and what Octavian will and will not allow. Octavian wants her alive. This much she is certain of. He has made overtures, sent messages through intermediaries, hinting at terms, at clemency, at arrangements that might be made. She knows what these offers really mean. She has seen what Rome does with its conquered queens. She knows the word triumph, not as an abstraction, not as a metaphor, but as a specific, physical Roman institution, the parade through the streets of Rome, the captured ruler displayed in chains for the jeering crowd, the ultimate humiliation dressed up as celebration. She has heard what happened to Arsinoe, her own sister, paraded through Rome in Caesar's triumph years ago. She has heard how the crowd went quiet when they saw her, not cheering but silent, moved despite themselves by the sight of a young woman in golden chains walking through a city that had decided to use her suffering as entertainment. Cleopatra will not be Arsinoe. She has decided this with the absolute finality of someone who has moved beyond weighing options, into something colder and more irrevocable. She will not be displayed. She will not be diminished in that way, made into an object lesson, a trophy, a warning. She is a queen, and she will remain one, and if the only way to remain one is to choose the manner of her own end, then that is what she will do. But not yet. Not while there are still moves on the board. Not while there is still the possibility, however slender, that something unexpected might happen, as unexpected things sometimes do in the lives of those who have enough will to make space for them. She has also been thinking about Caesarion. Her eldest child, the son she had with Julius Caesar, the boy she has raised to be both a Ptolemaic king and a symbol of divine lineage, the living proof of the union between the greatest Roman who ever lived and the last queen of Egypt. He is 17 now, 17, the same age she was when her own world first began to crack, and she has sent him south, up the Nile toward Ethiopia, away from Alexandria, away from Octavian, carrying with him a treasury of royal goods and the fragile, precious possibility of a future. She does not know if he will be safe. She knows that Octavian, who has built his entire political identity on being the son of the divine Julius Caesar, will not welcome the existence of an older, biological heir. This knowledge sits in her chest like a stone, but she does not let it stop her hand. She sends him anyway, because even a small chance is better than the certainty that awaits him here. Her other children, the three she had with Antony, the twins Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene, and the youngest Ptolemy Philadelphus, are still in the palace. She keeps them close, not because keeping them close makes them safer, but because she cannot send them away without sending away part of herself, and she needs all of herself right now, every piece of it, every resource of will and intelligence and composure that she has spent a lifetime building. The days pass. Octavian's army draws closer. There is a brief, wild surge of hope when Antony leads a small force out of the city and manages to rout a detachment of Octavian's cavalry in the skirmishes east of the city walls. He returns to the palace, flushed with the kind of elation that victory, however small, produces in men like him, the sudden, almost childlike brightness of a man who has remembered what he is capable of. Cleopatra meets him on the steps, and she does not have to manufacture the emotion she feels, because there is something in her that always responds to him when he is like this, when the weight lifts for a moment and she can see, under all the damage of the past 2 years, the man she chose, the man who stood with her when Rome turned against her, the man who recognized in her something equal to himself. She arms him with her own hands, or so the story goes, and the detail rings true not because it is romantic, but because it is practical, because she has always understood that what Antony needs, almost more than anything, is to feel that she believes in him. And for this one evening, in the ruins of everything, she does. But the next morning breaks differently. The Egyptian fleet, what remains of it, the ships that were supposed to hold the harbor, the final military asset of any real significance, rows out to meet Octavian's ships. And does not fight. The sailors raise their oars in a salute of surrender, a gesture as old as naval warfare, and as unambiguous as a drawn sword. And within the space of a single morning, the harbor of Alexandria belongs to Octavian. Antony watches this from the shore or from the palace walls, depending on the source, and what he feels in this moment is not something that history can fully access, but the shape of it can be guessed, the bottom falling out, the last pillar of what was possible collapsing inward, the horrible clarity that comes when there is finally absolutely nothing left to argue with. Then the cavalry goes over. The horsemen he had positioned on the high ground east of the city, men who had ridden with him, who had shared campaigns and shared wine and shared the particular intimacy of soldiers who have survived things together, they too go over to Octavian without a fight. The army follows. And Alexandria, the greatest city in the world, opens itself to the man who has come to claim it. It is in this cascade of defections that something breaks in Antony, something that had been bending for 2 years and now finally gives way. He comes back into the palace, and the story that finds its way into history, through Plutarch, through the accounts that filtered back to Rome from those who witnessed these hours, describes a man who has moved through rage and come out the other side into something quieter and more terrible. He says, and the words have been carried across 2,000 years with a kind of awful dignity, that Cleopatra has betrayed him to his enemies. This accusation, in the context of the day's collapse, makes a terrible kind of sense to a man in his condition, even if it is not true. Cleopatra has been in contact with Octavian. She has sent messages, received messages, explored possibilities. This is not treachery, it is what any ruler does when the walls begin to close in, when the necessity of surviving, or at least of protecting the future of her children, demands that she keep every channel open. But Antony does not see it this way. Or perhaps he sees it perfectly clearly, and uses it as the story he needs, the explanation that makes the collapse into something that happened to him, rather than something that happened around him. Either way, the word betrayal is in the room now, and Cleopatra, warned by her attendants that he is in a fury, retreats. She goes to the mausoleum she has been building near the Temple of Isis, a grand structure of stone and silence, the monument she has been preparing for herself with the same methodical care she has applied to everything in her life. She goes there with 2 of her most trusted women, Iris and Charmian, who have been with her for years, who know her in the particular intimate way that only those who attend the daily life of a great person can know them, not the public face, not the regal mask, but the woman underneath, the one who tires, the one who doubts, the one who in the hours before sleep sometimes simply sits. They bolt the doors behind them. And then, whether as genuine misunderstanding or deliberate strategy, word reaches Antony that the queen is dead. Some have suggested she sent this message herself, as a way of calming him, of removing herself from his anger. Others believe it was simply a rumor that ran ahead of the truth, as rumors do in panicking courts. What is certain is that when Antony hears it, something inside him resolves. Not into grief exactly, though grief is present, but into decision. Into the particular stillness that comes to men of action, when they have finally found the direction they were looking for. He turns to his slave, a man named Eros, who has served him for years. He had once, it is said, extracted a promise from Eros that if it ever came to this, Eros would kill him. He invokes that promise now. Eros draws his sword. And then, in an act of loyalty so profound and so unbearable that it defies simple categorization, Eros turns the sword on himself. He falls at his master's feet. He has chosen death over the act of killing the man he loves. Antony looks down at him, and the account preserved by Plutarch says that he said something to the effect that Eros has shown him what must be done, shown him by example, by sacrifice, the way forward. Antony falls on his own sword. But the world does not grant him the clean exit he was reaching for. The blade goes into his abdomen, and it is mortal, but it is not instant, and he lies there in the anteroom of his palace, on the marble floor that has known better days, bleeding, alive in the long terrible corridor between the decision and its completion. And then someone comes, a messenger or a servant, or one of the attendants of the mausoleum, with the correction. Cleopatra is not dead. She is in her mausoleum, alive, and she wants him brought to her. They carry him, and the carrying must have been its own kind of agony, not only the physical pain of a wound that has not yet done what it was supposed to do, but the indignity of it, the unfinished quality of it, the awareness that even this final act has not gone as intended. They bring him to the doors of the mausoleum, and Cleopatra will not open them, because she is afraid that if the doors are opened, Octavian's soldiers, who are now in the city, who may already be watching the mausoleum, will rush in before they can be sealed again. She is afraid, too, of what it will cost her to see him. But she looks down from a window above, and she sees what has been done, and she does not hesitate. She and Iris and Charmian lower ropes down through the window, and they pull him up. They pull him up with their own hands, the Queen of Egypt hauling with all her strength, and those who saw it later described the labor of it, the physical desperation of it. 3 women in a stone tower pulling the weight of a dying man upward, and Cleopatra's face streaming with tears that she does not try to stop. He dies in her arms. That much is agreed. He dies in the mausoleum, with the smell of stone and lamp oil, and something like incense in the air, and Cleopatra holds him, and the accounts say she called him her lord, her husband, her commander, the accumulated titles of everything he was to her laid down one by one like garments at the end of a long journey. She is covered in his blood. She beats her chest with her hands in the Egyptian manner of mourning, beating until the skin breaks, and the sound of it is contained within those stone walls and heard by no one outside. Octavian enters Alexandria the same day, or the day after. The chronology of these hours is compressed in the sources, as though even history cannot quite bring itself to linger over them. He enters without violence, because there is no resistance left to meet with violence. He has, before entering, sent reassuring messages to the Alexandrians, promises that their city will be spared, that there will be no sack, no mass reprisals. He is careful about Alexandria, in the way that clever men are careful about things they intend to keep. He knows what Alexandria is worth. He knows that destroying it would be the act of a conqueror, and he is building, even now, even in the moment of his greatest military victory, the image of something more than a conqueror. He goes to see Cleopatra. The meeting between Octavian and Cleopatra is one of the most studied and most contested encounters in the ancient world, precisely because so much hinges on what each of them was truly thinking during it, and precisely because neither of them, in that room, was entirely telling the truth. Octavian at this point is 33 years old, not a physically imposing man. The sources describe him as slight, prone to illness, possessed of none of the physical charisma that made Caesar and Antony so immediately commanding. What he has instead is a quality of absolute control, a sense that nothing he does or says is unconsidered, that every word has been weighed before it leaves his mouth, that the face he presents to the world is a carefully constructed instrument rather than a simple reflection of the person behind it. Cleopatra is 39. She has been ill, or has allowed herself to appear ill, beaten and depleted and reduced in a way that may be genuine, may be performance, or may be both, because Cleopatra has never in her life been entirely one thing at a time. She is lying on a pallet when he enters, wrapped in clothing that does not suggest the splendor she has spent decades projecting. She rises when she sees him, though she does not have to, and in rising she performs or perhaps simply enacts a kind of dignity that she does not require the costume to carry. They speak. The conversation, as reported, filtered through Roman sources, through Plutarch and Cassius Dio, through men who were not in the room, has the quality of two very intelligent people speaking around the thing they are actually talking about. Octavian is reassuring. He has not come to harm her. He will treat her with respect. She should not fear. He says the things that need to be said, and he says them with a conviction that is either genuine or perfectly counterfeited. She listens. She makes her own gestures of submission, produces documents, lists, inventories of her treasury. At one point, there is an incident involving a treasurer who tells Octavian she has withheld some of her wealth, and Cleopatra's response is sharp, quick, almost contemptuous, the reaction not of a woman who has been caught in deception but of a woman who refuses to be diminished by the accusation. She says, or something very close to this, that she kept certain things aside for gifts, for Livia, for Octavia, the Roman women in Octavian's life, because she intended to use them to soften whatever path lay ahead. The question that hangs over this conversation, the question that Cleopatra is asking without speaking it aloud, is whether Octavian intends to take her to Rome. She watches him carefully for the answer. She watches the way he holds himself, the things he does not say, the small hesitations and overcorrections that even the most controlled person cannot entirely suppress. And she arrives at her conclusion. She knows. Octavian confirms it to her face without ever stating it plainly. He confirms it through everything he does not say, through the quality of his reassurances, through the specific cast of his promises, which are exactly as general as they need to be if they mean nothing. She will be taken to Rome. She will be displayed. She will walk in chains through the streets of the city that her ancestors never controlled, never bent to, the city that has been systematically dismantling everything her dynasty built for the past 2 centuries. The days that follow have a texture of finality to them, a quality that those still in the palace can feel without articulating, the slow, definitive closing of a very long chapter. Cleopatra is kept under watch, but not in these final days, under the most suffocating surveillance. Whether this is an oversight, whether Octavian believed his own reassurances, or whether some part of him was content to let events unfold as they did, this is another of the questions that history does not answer cleanly. On the day that matters, the day that the ancient sources fix with as much precision as they can manage, the 1st or perhaps the 4th of August in the year 30 BC, Cleopatra bathes. She dresses herself with particular care, in the full regalia of her office and her person, not the reduced, depleted appearance she offered to Octavian, but herself fully restored, adorned, present. She has sent a message to Octavian, requesting permission to perform funerary rites for Antony, and the permission has been granted. She goes to his tomb and she performs those rites, speaking over him in the language of the priesthood she has claimed since childhood, the language of Isis, the goddess of resurrection, the goddess of the loyal wife who searches the world for the pieces of her dead husband, the goddess whose mythology Cleopatra has inhabited and enacted and embodied for her entire reign. There is something in this final visit that is beyond politics, beyond symbolism, beyond the careful management of appearances. She is simply there, A woman at a tomb, saying what needs to be said. She comes back to the mausoleum, where her two women are waiting. Iris and Charmian. They have been with her so long that they are almost aspects of herself, the women who have known her through everything, who have asked nothing she was not able to give, who have at some point in these final days agreed to what is being prepared. The exact manner of Cleopatra's death has been the subject of speculation and storytelling for 2,000 years. The asp, the small snake, the Egyptian cobra, symbol of royal power, called the uraeus, and worn on the forehead of the pharaoh as the emblem of divine protection, the creature that breathes fire in the mythology and whose bite in the living world brings a swift and relatively painless death. The story of the asp in the basket of figs is perhaps the most famous death narrative in all of history, beautiful, symbolic, perfectly calibrated. She who lived by symbols chose a symbol for her exit. Whether it was truly an asp, whether the snake was smuggled in or had been kept waiting, whether she died from a single bite or several, whether the method was perhaps different entirely, a needle, a pin, a hidden poison, these questions will never be definitively resolved. What matters in the end is what the method says about the intention, and the intention is absolute. Cleopatra controls this. She controls the one thing that Octavian cannot control, the one decision that remains entirely hers. She is not taken. She is not paraded. She is not made into the centerpiece of someone else's story. She is to the last the author of her own. When Octavian's guards enter the mausoleum, having been alerted that something has happened, having perhaps heard a sound, or detected in the silence that particular quality of irreversibility, they find three women. Cleopatra is on her golden couch, dressed and adorned, already beyond reach. Iris is collapsed at her feet, dying. And Charmian is still standing, adjusting the diadem on Cleopatra's head with unsteady hands, making sure that the queen goes out as a queen, perfectly ordered, perfectly herself. One of the guards, according to Plutarch, cries out in anger, "Is this right, Charmian?" And she says, "And the words have come down to us across 2 millennia, with the ring of something absolutely true. It is entirely right, and fitting for a queen descended from so many kings." And then Charmian falls. Octavian, when informed, is said to have been genuinely distressed. Not grief, not the personal grief of loss, but something colder, the frustration of a man who has been deprived of his prize, who understands that the image he intended to project, the image of the merciful victor leading the conquered queen through the streets of Rome, has been taken from him. He will make do with effigies. He will carry images of Cleopatra in his triumph instead of the woman herself, images showing her with the asp coiled around her arm, because even in death, even in defeat, she has produced a story that cannot be fully controlled, a narrative that insists on her agency, her grandeur, her absolute refusal to be made small. Caesarion does not survive. Octavian's men find him before he reaches Ethiopia, or someone, perhaps one of the tutors who had been tasked with keeping him safe, betrays his location in exchange for some arrangement that history does not fully record. He is brought back and killed, because Octavian, who has been the son of Caesar by adoption, cannot afford for there to be a son of Caesar by blood who is older than he is, who has a claim on the legacy he has spent his life constructing. Caesarion is 17 years old when he dies. He is the last of his line from the male side. The last drop of Ptolemaic and Julian blood that might have changed the shape of what came after. The three children of Antony and Cleopatra, the twins and little Ptolemy Philadelphus, are taken to Rome. They are raised in the household of Octavia, Antony's former wife, the woman he abandoned for Cleopatra, and there is something in this arrangement that is either deeply ironic or deeply Roman or perhaps both. Cleopatra Selene, the daughter, grows up to marry the king of Mauritania, and becomes a queen in her own right, educated, cultured, ruler of a court that remembered Egypt. She names her son Ptolemy. She carries the name, and something of the tradition forward into the dim distances of the 1st century. It is something. It is not nothing. But Egypt itself, Egypt, the ancient kingdom that had survived for 3,000 years before the Ptolemies claimed it, that had outlasted empires, absorbed conquerors, transformed invaders into pharaohs, that had been the richest and the oldest and the strangest country in the known world, Egypt becomes a Roman province. Octavian handles this personally and carefully. He does not appoint a senator as its governor. He appoints a man of the equestrian class, a man of lower rank, because he does not trust the resources of Egypt in the hands of someone with too much ambition and too many Roman connections. He himself takes it as his personal domain, his private treasure, the source from which the wealth of the empire will flow. He visits Alexandria. He looks at the body of Alexander the Great, still lying in its crystal tomb. He is offered the chance to see the tombs of the Ptolemaic kings, and he declines. "I wanted to see a king," he says, or something very like it, not corpses. The Ptolemaic dynasty, the dynasty that Ptolemy I, one of Alexander's generals, had founded in 305 BC, that had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries, that had produced scholars and soldiers and queens of extraordinary force, that had built the Library of Alexandria and the lighthouse and the serapeum, and the museum and all the magnificent accumulated infrastructure of Hellenistic civilization, ends. Not with a battle. Not with a sack. It ends in a stone room, with a queen on a golden couch, and 2 women beside her, and the small deliberate puncture of a serpent's fang. Alexandria remains. It will remain for centuries more, Greek city, Roman city, Christian city, Arab city, changing names and gods and languages, while keeping something of its original character, that quality of the cosmopolitan and the ambitious, the city where everything from everywhere arrives and is transformed into something new. The library will burn eventually, or rather it will decline and diminish over generations of neglect and accident, its hundreds of thousands of scrolls scattered or destroyed, or absorbed into the countless private collections that its very existence inspired. The lighthouse will stand until the 14th century, when earthquakes finally bring it down, and even then its stones will be used to build the citadel of Cape Bay, which still stands at the entrance to Alexandria's harbor, a medieval fort made partially of ancient wonder. But in August of 30 BC, the world that Cleopatra inhabited, the last great echo of the Hellenistic age, the world of Greek culture and Egyptian mysticism and Roman ambition all braided together under the rule of a dynasty that had made itself divine, that world is over. It ended the moment she decided it would, on her own terms, in her own time, dressed in the full regalia of what she was. She was 39 years old. She had been Queen of Egypt for 22 years. She had been, in succession and sometimes simultaneously, an exile, a pharaoh, a goddess, a strategist, a mother, a lover, an ally, an enemy, a diplomat of extraordinary skill, a ruler of enormous complexity, and a woman who understood better than almost anyone in her age, that the story told about you is as powerful as the life you live, and that the two, if you are careful and courageous enough, need not be entirely separate things. She chose the story of her ending. She chose the image that would carry her name across 2,000 years, the queen in her golden chamber, adorned, composed, deliberately gone. Not taken. Not paraded. Not reduced. Not survived by anything. She would not have wanted to survive her. The sun sets over Alexandria on the day of her death, and the harbor still glitters, and the lighthouse still burns, and the city breathes in and out with the mechanical persistence of cities, which outlive their greatest inhabitants the way rivers outlive their seasons, carrying everything forward, changed by what has passed through them, remembering nothing and forgetting nothing. The Nile still flows. It will always flow. South to north, as it has always done, from the mountains of the interior out through the delta and into the sea, carrying the black silt that made Egypt rich, watering the fields that fed the ancient world, indifferent to dynasties and defeats and the particular human tragedy of a queen who asked only to be seen clearly and was not, and left us the task of seeing her. That task remains. This chapter of her story is finished. This concludes the final chapter of Cleopatra, Shadows and Splendor. Thank you for dedicating your time to this journey through antiquity. Though the Ptolemaic dynasty ended in the dust of Alexandria, the legacy of its final ruler remains written in indelible ink across the canvas of human history, defying the centuries and refusing to be forgotten. We hope this deep dive has challenged old myths, illuminated new truths, and left you with a profound appreciation for one of history's most brilliant strategists. If this audio experience enriched your understanding of the ancient world, consider sharing it with a fellow history enthusiast, writer, or lifelong learner, or leave your review where audiobooks are discovered. Your engagement directly helps keep these narratives alive. To remain connected with upcoming historical releases, deep dive biographical content, and community updates, be sure to follow this channel or subscribe to our newsletter updates. You can also explore the companion materials and print editions available on our official store. Thank you for listening, and until our next journey into the past, keep exploring,